Here we go with something a little calmer for the most part, compared to what we've been doing lately. This is Tinkerlands. I keep comparing it to Terraria because it's an easy comparison to make in terms of how the progress is structured, but this is obviously not going to control anything like that. And I also made the Wayward comparison, for those that remember that, at turn-based roguelike, set on a shipwrecked set of islands that I played, God, I think it was like a year or so ago now. But that is a fair comparison, a fairer comparison to make, because what this is it's a real-time town builder, I guess, of sorts? You're not really primarily building the town, you are building housing for NPCs as you go. I guess an action RPG would be another fair point of connection. I don't really know if this has a specific genre attached to it. I suppose that's the best point to make there. That's the line. All of this is fine. All of that's fine. I'm just double checking this all because I've not sunk into the main game. I played the demo and vastly enjoyed it, and I was waiting patiently, with air quotes around it, for the full version to come out. And this is early access, but it is full enough for me. So let's get this ball rolling. As you can see, not a ton of design options as of yet. I don't know if there ever will be a ton of design options, because really it's a small little character running around on the map where they're going to probably be covered in armor and things very quickly anyway. So, probably doesn't matter. There you go. There you go. As you can see, you got health and mana there. We'll explain that more as we go. Adventure is normal difficulty. Survivor. Enemies have more health and damage. Enemies are smarter. Drop rates are increased. Okay. On Explorer difficulty, enemies are weaker across the board, slower, less aggressive, less of them, and projectiles move slower. I do appreciate the fact that they have the projectiles themselves moving slower. That's something that doesn't get covered in enough difficulty options. We're gonna stick with normal, because this is our first time doing anything with this. The fact that it specifically mentions 600 by 600 makes me wonder if there is an option, or will be an option, like in the 1.0 release or such, to change map size. Yeah, there's a boat. Didn't do so great. We're now here. I mean, there's a box here. Oh hey, there's tools in this box conveniently. Yeah, this is another thing where the Terraria comparison comes in from frequently. All of your tools and armor and such will have modifiers, which I know lots of things have modifiers to your items, but that's just a general use, obvious one that everybody, for the most part, knows. And of course, we're going to be stealing everything that isn't nailed down. That is a little loud, so hang on. Oh, I can't activate the options until tutorial's finished, so bear with the sound effects being slightly loud for the moment. Looks like we're stranded here and the captain's missing. Please explore the island and find the captain. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I found this map around here. Might be more useful to you. There we go. Now I can open this and fix the audio. Apparently, having that around the same level as the music was a bad idea. I thought I had audio balanced this more than I apparently have, so bear with me while I fix that. That should be closer to okay. Like, obviously, I want them to be audible, but I don't want them to be louder than everything else. Now, the neat thing with this one is you'll notice I'm not having to switch slots in order to do things like cutting this tree down and anything like that. Is you can just have the pickaxe and the axe side by side in these slots here, which is convenient. I'm gonna go ahead and bump that down one more, bump that up one. There we go, that should balance out. Must find the captain. Don't dawdle. If you have any questions, I'll be here to help you. If we want to survive on this island, we're going to need some basic tools. Why don't you try using a working table to begin with? Well, I just pulled most of what I'm going to need out of that box. Yes, but make more. It'll be fine. Do it. Just follow directions. Also, this chest will be useful to us later because it'll save us on storage. Now, what they neglected to tell me is how to make things. There we go. Make some string, which teaches you how to make a working table, among other things. Don't always try to read everything that pops up on the right whenever you unlock stuff, because you're not going to be able to read all of it quick enough, more than likely, because it doesn't stay on screen for long. Just get a basic idea and move on with your life. Thanks to getting that coal, we did get information on a bunch of things. Can't pick up the anchor yet, but trust me when I say, just because I can, I will come back for it. Y'all understand how I do things. Everything that isn't nailed down is mine. We will be taking everything that's on this little island patch here with us. Plus or minus Harry. Harry can stay here, but we will probably end up having him come along regardless. It doesn't seem to much matter if you use the pickaxe or the axe on all this wood on the ground here. But I may as well use the axe because, you know, it's wood. Use axe on wood. That's how that works. Now, there's going to be times where this is going to be kind of slow, probably. So, if you're not into that, you know, maybe this isn't the day for you. But I'm very interested to see if this holds up to what the demo had offered. So I'm, of course, going to be spending a good bit of time with it. And what better way to pitch this to other people than to show people exactly what they're going to be getting into, right? Right. There we go. Now, having stripped this area completely, now we'll do what we were supposed to be doing. Make some string, except I can't because I don't have enough green. Leaves. It's a little silly that they expect you to do that and don't provide enough leaves in that area, but you need trees for leaves, so I guess it makes sense. They wouldn't want to bury you in trees when you first pop in. You won't be able to see anything. But it won't take long to sort that out anyway. And I probably should plant these, except I guess I would need a hoe to plant trees. But pay no mind to the fact that that butterfly got obliterated. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That is a perfect time to mention anything you kill gets put in the codex as well, so if you ever need information, that codex is just a click away. And it will tell you a lot of things. Once we're out of the water, we'll have a look at it. It also shows you the silhouettes of everything, so maybe don't look at it too closely until you need it. But like over here in cooking, it'll tell you how to make the thing. This is where all your quests live. You know, good stuff like that. Make maximum there. There we go. Now we have a working table. Just go ahead and chuck that over here for the second. So we can fulfill quest requirements. Ow. You want me to have it in my hands when I talk to you. Hold on a moment. There we go. Oh, you want me to use it? Okay. Hold on. Ta-da! Yeah, you can make better tools here, as you might imagine. This is where a lot of your crafting machines are going to be made. You can also make things like boomerangs, which will do your destructive business at a distance. The hoe right here is probably what I need to be able to plant these palm tree seeds. I'm sure you noticed all these slots all over the place over here. Don't worry about them for right now. We'll get to them when we get to them. Sawmill could be nice to have, but we don't need it right now. We're gonna need even more leaves to have any armor, but Honestly, armor's not going to be a priority at the minute. There you go. You want me to make tools? Okay. Let's just make irrelevant the tools we started with immediately. I'm gonna take this with me. And you know what? I'm just not gonna worry about the beginner quest for a little bit, I guess, because... to put it bluntly, they're asking me to run off and come back. Well, I'm gonna do the run off part, and we'll worry about the comeback part whenever I feel like it. I'm pretty sure if I build suitable housing, Harry will move in anyway. So we will just worry about that in the future when Harry gets his ass over where he's going to be living for the rest of his days. Because, let's be real, we're probably not getting off this island. This is also mine. It exists, therefore it is mine. Now, we admittedly do only have a finite inventory, but when has that stopped me? From just collecting everything in creation. Go ahead and get the codex entry for Crab. Oh, hey, there's a dude just swimming around over there. We should probably see what his deal is. That might be a good idea. Hey, old man, why are you swimming? There's land right here. You're carrying a big bag, too. It seems rather silly. Okay, he's the traveling merchant. Right, that's why he's being weird. Because, much like traveling merchants in many other games, that they don't always use the greatest sense. Here, you can have that at crab meat. I'm not gonna need it anytime quick. In fact, here, have the palm tree seeds, too. As you can see, we don't exactly have a ton of money. We have some silver and copper, but that's not enough to buy any of the things that involve gold. We are gonna grab a teleport potion for my own sanity purpose, though. Is what that'll allow me to do is once I've built a house, I can run off to anywhere I wish, and that potion will bring me home, saving us immense amounts of time. Teleport potions are your friend, or at least they were in the demo. To my knowledge, I do believe they've added other quality of life things where you don't need to use the potions as much after a certain point, because I was paying attention to the couple patches that it has had, which this game came out 4 or 5 days ago, I want to say. Probably longer than that, because my brain is weird about time. But either way, it's not been more than a week, I don't believe. And they've already patched it like 3 times. Fixing little bits and bobs, and they already added a new NPC. Compared to what the early access release had. So, you know, if you're worried that they're not gonna put things out quickly, take that as an example that, yeah, they're active. I mean, obviously, a lot of indie devs are active when they first start out, so there's no guarantee that that's going to stay that way. And I do see our little masked friend over there. He's not really our friend at all. Let's catch up to him and... No, he's got friends. Let's not deal with him, then. As you can see, there are random chests about. And we all love random chests, don't we? Take all of those things, and take the box. I don't need that crate anymore, because now I have a proper chest that I've stolen. We could probably just move into this little shack here if I really wanted to. And there we go, we've got an accessory, which I think... Yeah, we also got the slingshot. I thought there was an accessory in the other one. But this one does 10 damage reflection whenever you're hit with contact. So that's fun. And it gave us 15 more health, which for me is more important. I believe if I break this pot, I get stuff as well. Yes, coins. Come here, you. You wanna go? Huh? You wanna go? Yeah, that's right. Okay, we completed another tutorial bit. Actually, no, I think that was from earlier. Now, if we scroll through, though, just ignore the silhouettes, we will find out what we just killed. That was an orc archer, even though he kind of looks more like a goblin, because he's a little small, but, you know. As you can see, you can learn what they drop if you kill enough of them. Though, admittedly, 50 seems like a bit high, is I feel like by the time you've killed 50, you probably know most of the drops they're gonna have anyway, outside of the no % drops that they're gonna have. Yeah, I think this is going to do as a base of operations for the time being. It saves me having to build something. And, you know, we're being invaded already anyway. May as well use that blessed slingshot we acquired. And as you can see, these orcs are great for one thing and one thing in particular. Money. Because you know what they got? They got money. You know what they don't got anymore? Money. Because it's mine. Now, we can move these walls around. Right, it's pickaxe for walls, even though they're made out of wood. So let's just move this all down a step, just so it's not weird shaped. There we go. Don't present the bone to the world. The bone is not for the world's consumption. Let's go ahead and get the better tool made. Can't make both of them yet. I'm just gonna pitch the bloody wooden pickaxe because it doesn't matter. You do thankfully have a free trash slot right off the top. The stick is totally meant to be your weapon, but I just smack things with whatever's in my hands because early on nothing's really much of a threat. As long as you don't just dither about in front of them. You could also make a wooden sword, but I have the slingshot that we just found for free, so why would I? Cleaning up that. It does have an unfortunate habit of putting things on your bar when you pick them up, so don't be surprised if I spend a lot of time cleaning my hotbar up, because it's gonna keep happening. This is actually not a bad spot to have our temporary home, because look at all the resources around it. It is chock full of goodies. And of course, what game would this be without slimes running around? Are you the same? Yeah, you are still Mute the Traveling Merchant. But you are a different spawn of him, because you have different stuff. You do sell health potions for 5 silver. That's not terrible. Fire arrows. This is a neat thing. Mining arrows. I presume, since it says it destroys solids, you can, like, mine out walls with arrows. In case, like, you're mining in a dangerous area. Of course, the arrows are useless to us without a bow, and he wants quite the price for that bow. You know, here, you can have the shipwreck box, because I no longer need it. Not that I ever needed it in the first place, but it would have been to my convenience if we didn't find any random spawn chests. Can I remove these? I can. We can make our own, like, little hedge maze somewhere eventually, if we really want to. I just want this out of my way since it's very close to where we're going to be operating out of. I'm going to invariably run into it at some point because it's going to just be in the way. There we go. Just, you know, terraform the local landscape to suit your needs. You can shift-click things, as you see me doing here, to get things out of your inventory quicker. I don't want to do the stack all or anything like that quite yet. Especially since, you know, we didn't have an all 2 stack 2 yet. But you do have all of those conveniences as well, sorting and stacking and all that good stuff. So if you're worried about your inventories getting cluttered, well, they probably still will if you play multiplayer, because invariably you're gonna have one of those people that just throw things everywhere. But for the most part, the tools are there to avoid that. Yeah, a lot of the early game loop's gonna be doing exactly what I'm doing here. Breaking rocks, mining things, cutting things, clearing out basic mobs around you. I don't really want to build the initial villager housing here, I don't think. This place kind of sucks. Like, it's just very basic. Not very interesting. There's something right underneath us here, though. I saw it on the map. Like, there's a... Oh, it's behind the trees here. That. This is useful. Is what mana flowers do is it expands your mana bar. As you can see, 20 more mana permanently. So if you're the caster type, or just use things on the side that help you with your magic, help you using magic rather, then there you go. And this game's pretty generous with the spawns of things like that, in my experience with the demo. I presume, based on the fact we found one immediately here, that it's going to remain mostly true. Whether it will actually remain true, you know, we're gonna have to keep playing to find out. But for the time being, it seems to be mostly accurate. I don't know why I'm cutting down more trees. No, I guess more leaves for more string, because we have a lot of wood. We just don't have a lot of anything else. Then again, that's what this area is a lot of wood. I was trying to avoid crushing that butterfly, because I seem to recall you can make a net and catch them later, which would be useful to us. There we go, that should be enough rock to get a better axe and get that tutorial bit finished. I guess I should at least make, like, a building just so Harry moves down. Oh yeah, we learned about bone armor. And you'll notice there's set bonuses as well, which is nice. Like, the bone set increases dodge, the wood set increases your movement speed, which means we're probably gonna just go ahead and quickly make the wood set, just so I have that speed. Oh yeah, you can also just make this wooden staff that summons fairies. And this is, again, where the Terraria comparison comes from, because you make boss summoning items. Obviously, other things have done that since then, too. Oh yeah, you can make your own accessories, too, which is nice. So I don't have to buy this boot from the merchant at his exorbitant rate. We can make a bow, and we have picked up a few arrows. Nah, we got the slingshot, though. The slingshot does the job just fine. It is going to use my rocks, which is why I kept thinking I had them and then didn't have them. Go ahead and snag a shovel and a hoe as well, just so we don't have to think about making those later. Slap our armor on. There is cosmetic slots as well. That's what this second set of slots over here is, I do believe. One of the two is cosmetic. One of them is real. The blue one is cosmetic, because you can see that my armor value didn't go up. So this is cosmetic, this is real then. Okay. So if you like the look of a set of armor, but you want the stats of a different one, you can do that, which is always nice. I know a lot of people that are all about their fashion armor. Oh yeah. Pay attention for these scroll bars, because otherwise you're gonna not realize there's a bunch more recipes on a page and you're gonna have a bad time. It's like, otherwise you'll end up constantly going back to handcrafting to make string, for example, and it will just get awkward. Down here is also where you find mini bombs, which you can make out of that mummy bandage I found. Doesn't destroy blocks, does a lot of damage, but doesn't break blocks. Very handy. And make a fishing rod as well for the future. As you can see, you can make arrows out of rocks, but bone arrows are better. But you have to upgrade your arrows into those, so that's a mild inconvenience. We'll go ahead and make a furnace before I forget about that. Oh yeah, behold, I blend in around here now. I am tree. Fear me, I am tree. We're a little too mobile to be Groot. I thought... Oh, right, no, I think you have to get something before you have a dodge. I was gonna say, I thought I had a dodge roll, but I think you have to get an item that allows you to dodge. And of course, that was a unique slime variant, so that ended up getting logged on our codex. The map, by the way, is very useful, because you can actually see every NPC that is static. Like, you'll notice the traveling merchant's not on the map, for example. Because since he appears and disappears at will, more or less, he doesn't get put on the map. But, like, you've got a pile of markers. Some things are going to be fairly apparent on the map, like that's where the mana flower was. You can kind of tell that there was, like, this weird ritual circle of trees around it. They won't always be in circles like that. There are other, like, set pieces that'll have them in them, too. And as long as you just pay attention to the map, you'll spot a lot of neat little set pieces and such that will indicate something is there. And they will be, well, you know, useful. Right now, we just need a lot of coal and a lot of basically everything. We now have enough for the anvil. We're not going to turn around just for that. Ah, perfect. Another set piece. In fact, this would be a much better place to take over and live in than the little crap shack we stole. Nice solid stone walls, a free bed. You know, how could you go wrong? Ooh, glowing potions, another destructive rose, which you'll notice you can't use more than one of the same accessory. Very unfortunate. Otherwise, you would just scam the game by having, like, 8 roses. Well, 6 roses, because you can only have 6, but that would be just a ridiculous inflation of your health. Oh, right, the roses don't naturally give health. This one's a vigorous rose. That's why it gave the health. Its only effect is the damage reflection normally. No, we'll keep the health on it, though, because something that gives damage reflection, you probably want extra health on it anyway. Oh, autosave. There we go. You can, I believe, adjust the autosave frequency so that it does not interfere with you. No, actually, you cannot. Or at least you cannot on this screen. Well, never mind. But yeah, I think I'm going to just hijack this place. So that's gonna just take a hot minute for me to run back, take our stuff out of the other base, and then move it here. Before we get too many things, it would be a good idea to make a move like that now. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rip that whole shack up and bring it with me. Which that is probably going to be the longest part of that endeavor, is just ripping the whole crap shack up. But what we can do is once we move it down there, the guide can live in there. He can have the crap shack. We get to live in the good place. That's how that works. So eventually I'll probably just move an NPC into there too, because I don't really need a house. I'm probably never going to be home anyway. Outside of when I'm making stuff. So really all I need is a workshop. Does that make me Santa Claus? No, I don't have the beard for it. Oh yeah, things have to be empty before you can break them. There you go. And don't get me wrong, I can make wood walls and things. I believe that's what the sawmill is for. Is you didn't see them in the regular work table. You know what? I think I understand another reason why I was giving the Terraria comparison consistently. This music is almost exactly the same. Like, it is very similar music. And that is not a complaint. I enjoy the basic overworld theme of Terraria. But it's just very interesting to have that realization. Put a torch here so I can see where the wood floor is to steal it. You'll notice, though, that I'm ripping all the way through to the water when I remove this. So if you need water somewhere, you can just kind of rip the floor out. Like, if you wanted to be funny and, like, build a moat around your home, like this place has, you can just do that. Yeah, not so tough now, are you? They keep having arrows on them, and yet they don't shoot. Very silly, orcs. Very silly. Very silly and very dead. There we go. successfully robbed this place that may or may not belong to somebody living. And well, now that they don't have a home, they may not be alive that much longer to find me to complain about it. Oh, that one shot. Look at him. As you can see, swimming is a lot slower. Don't really recommend swimming if you don't have to. It's not great. But we'll get there eventually. It is gonna technically be faster than walking the longer way around. And as you can see, it is a lot harder to see at night. Shocking concept, that one. I could use a glowing potion, but let's be real, that'd be a waste. I can just kind of bash my face into the trees and find my way. There we go. That's what the helmet's for, after all. That's my pathfinding device. I am gonna need to make another door, because this is too wide for a single door. But one problem at a time. Let's get this up and running. Oh yeah, you don't need to always put things in slots, I don't think. I think you can just kind of pick it up, like so. It is gonna feel a little weird having that be a double door. Maybe I'll just rip the... but then it's not even... We'll figure it out. One problem at a time. For the time being, get up and running and functional. Then worry about aesthetics. We also have our first singular piece of copper. The most important thing is going to be, where am I going to put this little crap shack? I guess I could rip up all of this and then put the shack here. That's probably as good an idea as any. Get resources and get a place to put it at the same time. I suppose it ends up being like a servant's quarters of sorts, huh? Because it is definitely inferior to the house next to it. That just doesn't sound great, but you know what? That's the role the guide's gonna have, so that's where he's gonna be living. I don't remember all the things they need. I think actually there's a list in-game of what everybody needs to be willing to move in. So we'll deal with that in a minute. If you may be noticing that the shack may in fact be smaller than it originally was, you'd be correct. God damn it. I'm also gonna need to get another door in order to do this. The way I look at it, I'm pretty confident the guide doesn't need a house bigger than this. And if they do, well, that's a shame for them. They can work on building a better house themselves if they really want one. Pro tip, I'm pretty sure they can't build their own things, but don't worry about that part. We are main character, therefore our needs are the only ones that matter. Doors, I mean, their needs are going to matter in that I need to be able to supply their needs enough that they will live here. There we go. Realized I can make those, and obviously we needed some light out here so I can find the place at night. Be a little awkward otherwise. I don't even know what these plants are, but they look nice here, and I think they're growing, so I'm just gonna let them keep growing until they become whatever useful thing they might be. And if they become nothing useful, I will burn them. It'll be that simple. Let's go ahead and get a boomerang so I stop using my stones to deal with my problems. And it does a little bit more damage than the sling anyway, even though this is a blessed slingshot. Oh, I guess I could have made the bone Oh no, I needed to make the boomerang to make the boomerang. But sure, we'll make that. Just whip a bone at things. That seems like an accurate way to solve my problems. There we go. Okay, so... Oh, you know what it is? We probably need to do the rest of the guide's quests before the guide will move. Oh, wait, no, there we go. Minimum 9 tiles, light source surrounded by walls, in surface, in main island. They need a working table. Yeah, it's the community tab. Okay, so this isn't actually big enough. Okay, you needy pain in the ass. Okay, fine. It can't be 6 tiles, it's gotta be 9. Look at Mr. Fancy with their 9-tile house. Just gonna put a regular torch in there, and if it burns the house down, well, that's a shame. I'm such a great community leader, aren't I? Doing great things for the community of one person that I'm developing here. My benevolence knows no bounds. Gotta fix the fact that the grass is encroaching there. There we go. There we go. Totally safe. No problems here. Oh yeah, you still need a work table. Because you'll pretend to work, I guess. There you go. Now move down here so I don't have to come find you. Ta-da! Quest completed. I've already done it. Turns out their next quest was bringing them into a house. It's almost like I knew this. Oh yeah, they're gonna direct you to find your next NPC. That's their whole shtick. So I guess we're just gonna build a little village around this stone house that I'm now apparently living in. And we need more copper ore before we can make copper bars. But you'll notice our excess wood can at least be converted into coal, which is going to be quite useful to us. We still don't need more torches, really, because I've not been just scattering them around. But yeah, you can make bomb arrows, which is fun. And obviously, we're going to be making some fairly hefty use of that in the future. Do I want a staff? Nah. I'll wait till I can make a better one than that. I should probably put stuff away again. We will worry about organizing in the future. For now, just get it out of my inventory, so that I am more functional. Keep the bread as a healing item. Actually, no, this is max HP, so we need to keep the potions. Just put both potions there. Yeah, this is good enough. This is travel-worthy. Nope, I've ruined my plant aesthetic, so we'll just ruin that one evenly. There you go. Now it's still symmetrical. Everything is fine. That autosave is going to lead to tragedy at some point. Oh hey, slime voodoo doll, so if I wanted to summon a boss immediately, I can do that. Magic circle of fancy rocks. I can't break the really good ones, I can only break the copper ones right now. We could take these statues with us, and we probably will later. Won't worry about that right now. Ooh, a compass. Used to reroll the navigation map. I don't actually know what that means. I presume that's for when we leave this island, which is apparently a thing in the main version of the game, is traveling island to island. The demo, I believe you did not have access to such things, or at least I didn't find any access to it within the world that was available. Ta-da! We have found Bikini the Bard, because, you know, that's a accurate name for a bard. I can protect you from the desert, but you need to protect me first by building me a house. That is a thing. Is some of the NPCs actually have specific effects that will benefit you in particular biomes. And it was slightly annoying from what I recall in the demo, but it at least worked itself out reasonably quickly. And I presume it'll continue to do so. So the bard needs... same circumstances, just also needs a table and a stool instead of the other thing. Okay. So we'll probably just put the bard up out back over here, probably. We'll just, like I said, surround the house in all the little houses. Just make, like, a weird, like, orbit of NPC housing. And maybe someday I'll give them better housing than just the bare minimum what they need, but that involves having resources. Wait, come here, you little bastard. Get back your treasure, goblin. Your money is mine. There we go. He had a life flower in his pockets as well. Life flowers do the same thing for health that the mana flowers do for magic, as you might imagine. And we got more health. When I played the demo, I seem to recall I found one of those, but it took a lot longer than it did now. So either they raised the chance or streamer luck kicked in. One of the two. Yeah, because I think there's just like a small chance anytime you break anything that one of those guys will pop out. Something like that. It's a whole thing. Yeah, we'll just clear these trees right above the bard's, right above the guide's house, and put the bard's house like one tile up and left, more or less. Like, not one tile, but you get the idea. Sticking to what I said about it being just like a circle of houses, so that they'll be relatively easy to access. I really need to clean that stone field over there out at some point, just for sake of having all that stone, but we'll worry about that later. Let's see, if it's a 9 center, and it needs to be 5 by 5, I think? Not, like, it needs to, the outside of it needs to be 5, I think. I don't know why I'm doing math on this. We'll just grab a bunch of walls and figure it out. They obviously needs to be 9 tiles, so they need 9 floors. So that's not going to be true either, because of the fact that we need to bring it out to the walls themselves, too. Either way, we'll figure it out. And I could have just counted these walls if I wanted the exact amounts. That would be the easier answer. Get used to just being a slime infestation at all times, by the way. That's just going to be the way this is. I think there's a way to repel spawns, but we don't have it. Torches might actually do it. Just going to make the floor first so I can mark around it. Okay, yeah, it would have been 15. I also forgot to make a door. That's the thing I forgot. This is not your house. Oh, wait. Goddamn squatters moving in the second I build a house. I mean, sure, they technically lived here first, but I built the house here. What's the word for that? Oh yeah, get colonized. There you go. remember that he needs a chair and table and everything. Because, you know, God forbid these people need beds or anything. No, they just need tables and chairs. Just, again, like Terraria. There we go. That should be sufficient for the bard's needs. Oh yeah, you can evict them at any time, by the way. You can just kick them out if you don't like them. There you go. The bard has a home now. Ooh, neat. Getting lots of notifications and emails, bear with me. I just keep happening to see them popping up on my phone out of the corner of my eye. So now at any time I can activate the bard's protection from the desert. So you have 10 minutes of protection from desert sandstorms. And you can just keep reactivating that, I believe, anytime you talk to the bard. So that takes care of gaining access to the first biome past where we are. Got our first bit of copper, so now we can see all the copper stuff, which will be in the anvil, just down in this corner. As you can see, we're going to need a lot more of it before any of this works. Set bonus on copper just being more health and mana, which is, you know, solid. You're starting in real armor, so it makes sense. Obviously, we're going to want better tools, but you'll notice basic wood ain't going to cut it for that. You need more than just wood to be able to make that. Not going to worry about clearing this inventory out again right now, because most of this is stuff we're going to probably end up picking up again anyway. Let's go find us a desert. Or find us more copper. Either one. Though it is dark. It's going to be annoying walking around. There's probably stuff I can work on until daylight. Just so I don't walk around bashing my head into every tree in the neighborhood. Cauldron's out of our reach, though that's how you make potions, so you can actually replace your HP potion stock and things like that. Oh, if I make one more string, I can make shoes. Actually, that'll be huge for us. More speed will make traveling the map much quicker. I probably could just take on the Slime King if I wanted to, but I can't be bothered. Also, never did set that spawn point. Can I sleep? I don't remember. Nope. There is no sleeping in this world. We've got too much to be about to be sleeping. Just cut trees down and break rocks while we wait for morning. You have trapped yourself, you fool. There we go. As you can see, the day-night cycle doesn't exactly take super long. It's already heading back toward daylight. Of course, the other side of that coin is, with the day-night cycle not being that long, it is going to turn night again while we're out there. I know I just carelessly destroyed a rabbit. I'm not particularly concerned about it. Oh yeah, the roads make you move a little quicker too, so you should run on roads when you can. You know, for obvious reasons. Hey, look, sand. That's probably desert. There's also mumbly mummies all about. Yeah, I do believe the mummies have ranged attacks if you let them charge that up, so ideally don't. Wild pro tip, don't let the enemies charge up their attacks to hit you with. That may come as a shock. Grab some cactus. If I remember right, these fire flowers are actually useful as well. Oh, they made these neat keys now. That's very smart of them. Because I seem to recall that you could just walk into those as soon as you entered a biome in the demo, and it's like, you know, this really does make it very easy to just grab everything. Oh, there's also evil cactus monsters, as you can see there. They shoot homing spikes, which really hurt. Don't let them do that. That's bad for you. Lots of bone to be had over here if you need bone. But you need to be able to mine it, which we can't without copper. This is also arguably a better way to get leaves than cutting down piles of trees. Unless you actually need wood at the time. Thankfully, they do have finite range, so just backstep out of range and you're fine. Everything will be okay. Nope. There we go. Nice and easy. Get ourselves all the copper we could possibly desire. Except we're gonna need a lot more than that. Yeah, that autosave frequency is very high. I don't really think we need an every, like, 10-minute autosave video game. Hold on, I will talk to you after I've gotten rid of the slime. You'll notice these orange slimes double jump. Ah, the blacksmith, where we can buy iron tools if we have the money. And that may seem like a rather hefty jump. That's because it kind of is. But it does cost enough that you would kind of have to work for that much money. Nope, don't care. Gonna kill the treasure or carrier. Mana flower this time. Just pop a potion. You'll notice you do have a timer where you can't just keep using potions. You can't just drink your way to victory. It'd be rather silly of them to allow that. Yeah, we're just gonna scoop up a ton of copper here. And now that we've encountered the blacksmith, we can just kind of summon them to town whenever we have a place for them to live. Don't ask how that works, I'm not entirely sure. Oh yeah, that's why you don't let the mummies hit you with that, by the way. It makes you move very slowly. It's very painful. Like, the attack itself isn't too bad, but if... just imagine one of those combined with a cactus, for example, and you'd just be done for. Because you would be trapped in their shots pretty much until you're dead. Hello again, blacksmith. You've teleported 5 feet, I see. Congratulations. This is why the shoes are important, because I'm pretty sure at base speed I would not be able to walk right out of that. Or I would have had to have been much more on task to avoid that. There's another locked room. There's also, like, little patches like this around. I should probably eat that mana flower before I forget. And these thumpers are actually useful. I don't remember what they're useful for, but I remember them being good for something. And you'll notice I can't just mine through these walls, by the way. Just in case anybody's like, well, why doesn't he just break the wall down? That would make sense. Nah. They thought of that. We do need these trees, though, because these are wasteland wood. This is what you need for the... Goddamn, another treasure goblin? Their spawn rate might be a little high. Or I'm just incredibly lucky. I don't really know the answer to that question. I do think, however, I'm getting too many life fruit and things from them. I'm going to become too strong. Ooh, there's a graveyard here. That's fun. There we go. Grab us a scorpion tail in case that's useful for something, which apparently on its own it isn't. But maybe it'll be useful for something when combined with something else. Oh, apparently we weren't quite in the wasteland proper before that. I don't remember the wasteland being its own proper biome, actually. I thought it was just a sub-biome of the desert. But I guess maybe they made it into a more fleshed out biome now. These walls good for anything? Can I even break them? Oh, they're just made out of wood. Okay. Well, that's disappointing. Sir, I'm busy. If you would just piss off, that would be grand. Similar case with you, Mr. Scorpion. I do not wish to get over here. I wish you to get out of here. There we go. There's all kinds of goodies. So if I was going to make a hedge maze, I probably would make it more out of this stuff than the bush walls. Though the bush walls do have more of the classic hedge maze look. I don't know. Maybe a mix of both. Mix of both might make more sense. You seem stuck. That seems like a you problem. Ow. You know what? I deserve that for saying that. We're almost out of sandstorm protection, though, so I'm gonna get us out of here. Guess who put the teleport potion away like an idiot? I'll give you a hint. It's the guy who's now walking home like a fool. Sometimes I can be brilliant, and sometimes I can be anti-brilliant. At least I realized that before I ran out of sandstorm protection. Because if I didn't have sandstorm protection, we would be having a very bad day right now. Aha! So you can tell that that was there because of the glowing. They tried to hide that and be sneaky. There we go. Oh, there's just another one right here. Then again, this is designed to be a multiplayer game. Maybe that's why there's so many of these. Which, for anybody that's disappointed there isn't other people involved right now, I do have a couple people interested in the potential sense. We just need to actually firm things up on that score and actually get that going. Let's see. Yeah, we didn't learn too much here. Obviously, we can make copper fishing rods, but why would I make that when I could make other things? Make a good 20 bits of copper. We need to get more coal. First and foremost, copper pickaxe. Goodbye, stone pickaxe. Now we can mine the better stuff. Including the metal that's over here in the weird circle we have. I believe this is iron. Sure is. No, it's my iron. You could have had it if you just picked it up sooner. No, you left it sitting here. Now it's mine. We won't be able to do anything with this amount of iron ore, but may as well pick it up now. Get ahead of the curve a little bit. Do we really not have anything that matches anything that's in this box? I guess probably not, huh? No, we did have things that would stack. It just, maybe because I was in that inventory? Yeah. You can't be in the inventory and stacked in nearby chests. Okay. These thumpers, by the way, don't stack. It's upsetting. Oh, they have different symbols on them, though. So that's interesting. Oh, hang on. I spy a person. Who are you? What is your business here? Oh, Ali the Merchant. Right. I believe this is similar to the Terraria Merchant. If you have enough money, the merchant will appear because, you know, a trail of the scent of money kind of gives that one away a little bit. As you can see, you can buy some slightly better basic armor. You have a consistent source of teleport potions. Yeah, there we go. The portable teleporter. Or lets you teleport to waypoints. This was added, I believe, in the latest patch. Oh yeah, the talisman reduces enemy spawns, which could be nice. Yeah, there we go. There's the thing about dodging that I was talking about. If you buy a frog leg, you can dodge by dashing. and it is, as you might imagine, quite useful. I think I'm gonna sell these compasses, though, for the time being, because then we can get enough gold to get the portable teleporter. And we can just get more compasses later. So I don't know if our house counts as a waypoint. We'll have to find that out. But I figure that's a good idea, and the portable candle, of course, so we don't have to worry about walking around at night anymore. Oh, I do have enough money for the frog leg, too, so there you go. Talisman? Nah, we don't need to reduce enemy spawns. I could buy a full suit of rusty armor as well, if I wanted a pile of defense. This hot drink's gonna be important, just don't worry about it right now. So I guess let's get a house built for the merchant soon, too. Need a chest for the merchant and a furnace and anvil for the blacksmith. But otherwise, they all have the same requirements. Get back here. In Terraria, I would always build just like an apartment complex for them, and that's, I guess, basically what I'm doing here. I'm just I'm not able to stack it all on top of itself. Oh yeah, we can make glass out of the sand back in the desert as well, which will probably be necessary. But, you know, one problem at a time and all that. Do I really want to make a copper axe, though? No, I am going to need it for better trees, so yes, we'll just keep upgrading that. Because there are going to be trees our stone axe can't cut down. Spoilers. Better trees exist. Oh, yeah, and the wasteland wood also allows you to build a bunch of equivalent and building stuff. So if you want to build aesthetically, you have options. So that's always good. Can I do the thing I'm thinking about here? No, I need a different thing. In fact, it's this, which needs a bunch more wasteland wood. The Tinker's Table will help you with your accessories because you can combine them in order to have more accessories without needing to use more slots. Okay, let's test this thing. Okay, it looks like I have nowhere that qualifies as a waypoint. So I spent 2 gold on this for nothing at the moment. Oh, that's fine. I have it preemptively, and that's fine by me. Where did Ali go? Oh, there's the traveling merchant. You'll do. You have flippers, which allow me to move faster in the water, trident, copper spear, the cutlass, and the parrying dagger. I don't remember the parrying dagger. That could be fun, but we're broke. You also don't have what I was looking for. I was gonna buy more teleport potions off of him. I guess maybe I should prioritize building a house for the merchant then, just so I don't have to worry about using my only teleport potion. That probably would be wise, wouldn't it? But I'm gonna need more wood to do that. Oh, good thing I made a better axe, because it will cut these trees down faster. As you can see, I think it takes like 1 less hit compared to the stone axe. And the stone axe, of course, took probably a hit or so less than the wooden axe to break things down. So, not a massive change, but every little bit helps. I need to clear all this out in order to be able to fit the intended housing in anyway. And I could, like, start theming their houses based on the environment they came from. Like, I could put wasteland housing down for the blacksmith, but let's be real, I have much more important things to use the wasteland wood for, and I don't have enough of it. So, not gonna worry about that. And if I was gonna do such a thing, I probably would be doing better than just making an orbital circle of housing for my NPCs anyway. I mean, hell, I'm not even living in a house I made. I just stole this and went, this is mine now. I live here. God damn it. That's gonna happen a bunch if you're standing just like slightly away from your building thing. It won't actually interact with it. It'll just hit it. And it's very easy to end up breaking them because of that. Oh yeah, I can only make 20 of something at a time. Actually, no. I think it only said 20 because it was gonna fill the stack? Question mark? I don't know. That should be enough to make the housing I want. And we'll get their stuff prepared. What I'll probably do is just move the stuff I'm using into their houses for the time being. This should have just the right amount of spacing. I don't want them too far apart because, you know, I want to be able to get from NPC to NPC at need quickly. I need doors still. And obviously they are both going to need light sources, so boop. And, boop. We'll move... Actually, yeah, we have a spare chest, don't we? I think the chest is in the other chest, though. And we'll just move our anvil and forge up into the other building. It'll make it slightly less convenient for me, but honestly, I'll probably be going back and forth to the blacksmith a decent amount anyway, because I seem to recall they sell ores. So you'll be able to manipulate that in order to be able to make more stuff anyway, so you may as well have this be over there. There we go. Now I just need to make both of them doors, and I can move both of them in. Nice and easy. As long as you're just making, like, small, cheap prefab housing, essentially, it does not take long to make villager housing. Move you in. This way I have access to your capabilities at any time. And move you in. There we go. We went from a small village of me, myself, and I, and a hanger-on guide to 3 other people, not counting the guide. Now we can buy teleport potions as much as I can afford to. And all of that will be good and well. You'll notice these thumpers are worthless for money. What we could do, though, is just bully the Slime King once I feel up to that. Yeah, now we can immediately buy coal. Which, that will save me having to convert trees over into coal, though obviously this is, money-wise, incredibly wasteful. But it'll save me time, which is great right now, because, you know, for a live stream, you kind of want things to be time expedient. I should not have left that building if I was going to make use of that coal, though. This is exactly the thing, is I'm going to end up doing silly stuff like that. But now we have access to the iron recipes. We obviously can't make them, but we have knowledge of the iron recipes now. So you can compare things, like the iron sword does 24, the copper sword does 18. There's also an iron staff that casts 2 magic fairies. Why have 1 magic fairy when you can have 2? Okay, the iron armor gives a damage bonus as well as giving the health bonus. It is a little bit of a shame that it's the same bonus. This is what I wanted people to be able to see quickly, though. there's grappling hooks, and they're going to be useful. Maybe not as useful as in a platforming environment, but they will still be handy. Yes, that's the word we'll use for it. They'll be handy. So let's see. I guess our next port of call would be to go back down to the desert and go gather more supply. And from there, so off we go. With fresh protection. Now that we can actually teleport back correctly. Alright, now that I got a bit of space, that's the dash. That's what that little green lightning bolt up there is it represents when your dash is recharged. As you can see, it actually recharges pretty quickly. And you can have multiple charges of it, you just need to get the right things to allow for multiple charges. We have not found the key to open the boxes in here yet. Now, a smarter man would immediately go trucking back over to where the wasteland is. But I'm going to explore more of the desert. Because I'm curious. And I'm not in that big a hurry. Oh man, if these keys aren't used up, this is going to be turbo profitable for us once we find a key. I'm betting, though, the keys will be used up. That just makes sense. Okay, that is just rock. It looked different, so I'm like, maybe there's something special about it. Yeah, and I think these fire flowers are needed for a potion. I think that's why I'm remembering fire flowers being useful. We don't even have the cauldron set up yet. Which I still need to do. There's just so many things to do. Prickly pear seeds. Okay, so there's water here. A lot of water here for a desert.
Hello there.
Hey there, Callista. How's it going? Hope all is well, or at least as well as can be. We're just wandering about, rebuilding our lives after we got shipwrecked. Yeah, that sounds about right, unfortunately. Okay, so we found the upper bound of the desert, at least as far as this section of it goes. Go ahead and pick up these bones, because I don't really think we'll have too much use for the bone stuff anymore now that we have copper, but it never hurts to have it. You never know when you'll find other thing that needs bones. You might even be able to use it to make fertilizer or something in the future. I didn't really interact with the planting. Shocking concept there being a running theme of me not really using the farming mechanics of games like this, because you don't have to, for the most part. But, yeah, didn't really do any of the farming, particularly when I did the demo for this. Scoop up all the stuff. I'm not gonna grab every single small rock, because let's be real, every small rock is essentially just an ingot worth of copper, whereas the larger rocks are worth more than that, so they are a priority. A larger rock is almost 2 ingots, and the big rock I think is like 3 or 4, I think. Treasure goblin again. Yeah, there was 10 ore in there, so yeah, 3 ingots and then 1 extra. We could cast so much magic at this point because of that. A treasure goblin giving me yet another mana of flower. I suppose it is much akin to the stars falling in Terraria all the time, where you could theoretically generate an infinite amount of mana buffs as long as you just are willing to wait a little bit. Can I break these now? Yes, I can. Aesthetically, I'm sad to remove this dragon skull thing here. Ooh, sturdy bloody fang. You know what? I'm glad I broke that now. But yeah, it's hard to argue with how much bone these things are worth. Autosave, no. Autosave, why? I really need to look into whether I can change the autosave timing. Okay, increase melee damage, and since it's sturdy, it gives us 1 more defense. Not bad. Not impressive, but not bad. I really need to make a better weapon than this boomerang sometime soon. These things take entirely too long to die. For how much we've been fighting them. There we go, some nice big rocks here. And I have purposely been making my way back towards the wasteland to pick up all of the wasteland wood we'll need to use all this copper I'm getting. Speaking of, we have 93 copper, so that's 30 bars. That's not as much as it may sound like. But that should be enough to get some stuff done. And I think we can replant the wasteland trees up by our house, since we have the wasteland seeds. I don't know if it needs the terrain, but we can pick up some of that while we're here too, if I really feel like I need to. Except I didn't bring my shovel with me, apparently. I left the shovel at home when I was cleaning the inventory out. Oh no, I didn't. It's right there. You know what? Just don't worry about it. Don't mind me. Everything is fine. We're just unpacking a lot of information all at the same time here, even if I knew a chunk of it already. Sometimes the brain go burr. Don't want to deal with the cactus. Just gonna knock all the trees I need out. Grab just a little bit of wasteland floor in case that actually matters. Oh right, desert floor doesn't actually get you sand. Not directly. We'll figure that out later then. Because we are going to need glass to make bottles and things, I'm sure. But one problem at a time. I don't think we need too much wasteland wood per thing, so we don't need to go crazy. Yeah, we have 69 already. So we'll knock a couple more trees down, and then potentially I'll start wandering about again before we teleport back. I wonder where we get the key that we used to open those desert pyramids. Oh yeah, we can also, I think, use the shovel here. That's a fishing rod. That is not a shovel. No, that isn't the answer. Oh, you just pickaxe them. Okay. Also, I can't help but notice there's a big old rock man over there now. There we go. Skeleton defeated. Oh, wow. He's not as tough as he looks. Okay. We're fine. Engage the classic circle strafe technique. Everything is defeated by circle strafing. We all know this. Hello, Honeybat. How's it going? There are many things you can stare at, so there you go. Take your pick. Was a little preoccupied circling around a giant death golem. There we go. Oh, we got a heart of stone out of that. Sure, that'll be useful for something. And I probably missed any prompting it was giving me about what it would be used for. But we'll figure it out later. Do a little more grave robbing. Defeat the undead with the power of boomerang, just like he's trying to defeat me with. There we go. I just had a bit of money, huh? That's a shame. Actually, with how full our inventory is, we should probably just warp out of here and go clean up inventory. There we go. Nice and easy. Yeah, I can make the Tinker's table, so let's go ahead and do that. So what this does, as I mentioned, is it allows you to upgrade your accessories. So, unfortunately, we're missing the ones that would actually combine with a lot of these things. Like, you can tell by this silhouette, based on... we had seen the flippers already, this is combining the shoe and the flipper, so you can actually move faster both on land and sea. And this is like a super shoe, where you combine all the shoes. Things like that. Nothing too insane, but all quite useful. There we go, cauldron. As you can see, we don't know how to use any of that because we didn't make any glass, but we understand the basic concepts of potions, I'm sure. Make a bunch of bars, though I need so much coal. You know what, fine, just burn the wood, destroy it, ruin it all. There we go. Now, I presume I was intending to make armor, even though we're going to lose the move speed bonus. Yeah, because 1 armor versus 4 armor is kind of too much to pass up. And a little durability goes a long way. We'll just chuck the wood armor out because we don't need it. As soon as I figure out where the last piece of it went. There we go. Behold! We look completely different now. Stacked in nearby chests. There we go. Let's go ahead and fight the Slime King while I'm thinking about it, though perhaps a slightly stronger weapon first. Just so this doesn't take forever and a day. Just need string to make arrows, so we'll make a bunch of arrows. Yeah, because it makes 10 arrows per making there. So we have 164 arrows that we can convert over into sharp arrows or fire arrows. We can't really do the explosive arrows because we don't have a ton of stuff to make mini bombs with. So yeah, it's probably gonna just be the sharp arrows and a couple of fire arrows. I figure if it lets us rotate our ammo, we can just like fire off a couple fire arrows, set something on fire, and then continue pelting them with sharp arrows. We just need to make a decent bow. Which I think... yeah, I did not keep enough copper for that because of making the armor. So our best shot would be the wooden bow. Unless I have enough money to buy one. But I don't think anybody's selling a bow. Now, you're selling arrows, so I could get even more arrows if I wanted to. Including frozen arrows, which might be fun. Oh yeah, the other thing the blacksmith does is they can reforge the modifier on things. So if you got a junk modifier on something, you can change that. And obviously some things can't be reforged. Like, can this get a reforge? It can. It's expensive. There we go, extra 10 HP from our lamp, though. That's worth it. So that gets you caught up on all those concepts. As you can see, there's quite a few more people to go collect. We got a lot of work to do on getting all of the people that belong in our little village here gathered together. So I guess a wooden bow is what I'm getting, then. Oh, wait, yeah. I need to grab some more wood, but then we can make a bone bow, actually, so that'll work better. Upgrades, people. Upgrades. It's that simple. Just upgrade everything. Pay no mind to the random butterfly casualties that keep happening. They happen to float a little too close to a tree that needs to go, and then, well, they go too. It's that easy. Don't get me wrong, I'm probably over-preparing for the Slime King. Oh, I could make the leaf gun instead. So this shoots leaves instead of arrows. But it is very fast. Yeah, there's fun things like that, though, where there's side upgrades to things instead of just going what makes it hit harder. There we go. We'll use the bone bow, but we'll throw bones at them at the same time. That seems like a winning strategy. Just walk over here. Slime King. He's of course going to summon friends, because he is a king. Why would the king fight alone? And as you can see, he does hurt a bit, which is why I came prepared for this fight instead of just going in this recklessly. Because otherwise, he is going to actually overwhelm you just with slime spawns. And just enjoy that music that's playing. It's not going to be here for too much longer. And that's the end of that. And as you do, he just explodes. Oh, we got his mustache. Merciless Lucky Mustache. Increases the wearer's luck and gives me 3% more damage. The only tragedy is it doesn't show the mustache. It'd be very funny if we just suddenly sprouted a mustache because we put that on. We also got an energy fruit. Yeah, there we go. Permanently increase maximum dashes by 1. So now even without the frog leg, I could dash. I forgot that the first boss fight gives you one of those. And you can farm him if you really want to, which we probably will do at some point. We may even do it just right now, because I can make another slime voodoo doll, and it didn't take us that much ammo to kill him. So yeah, we'll just go ahead and beat him up again. See what else he drops. And it's an excuse to hear more of the song. Obviously, if I was using a melee weapon, I could probably dispose of him quicker because I could just spam attack him to death. And not have to wait for, like, arrow travel or recharge or anything. I actually got really lucky in the demo because I found a weapon laying around, like a melee weapon specifically, and it just was trucking through things. It's because I could just keep stabbing. I think it was like a spear of some kind that had very fast attack speed or something. And I was just a terror on the landscape because of that. There we go. Oh, a jelly pistol. Right, I forgot that that was also an option. Oh, and he did drop more energy fruit, so I guess I just have... Oh, nope, I can't use it anymore. They thought of that. Okay. So you can't just have infinite dashes. Yeah, now you can use the slime mucus as ammo if you want to use the jelly pistol. So that's convenient. Splorp. Not worth a ton of gold independently, but, you know, dropping stuff. Now, what do these thumpers do? I don't remember. Well, not visibly immediately anything. So I'll figure that out later. Just put them in here until I figure that out. Yeah, for obvious reasons, as I mentioned before, we're not gonna do more than just the one session of this. This is just me demonstrating how the game works and helping people realize whether they want to play this themselves or not. So this reality isn't even going to be staying. Right, I need sand still. Let's see. There's a pin for the wasteland for some reason. I think there is like a waypoint over there, which I probably should have walked over the rest of the way to activate because we do have the teleporter. Yeah, I never did do your quests because he is still tutorializing us. There we go. Quest protection from the heat completed. Hey, look, I did the thing already. Yeah, now you can get protection from cold. That also opened up a bunch of recipes, but I think we opened them already. I think that's one of those things where you... Oh no, he taught us how to make the hot drinks. And yeah, this is what the fire flowers were for, is making hot drinks so that you can travel to cold areas. Amongst other things. Yeah, some recipes are only unlocked by things like that, right? So I think I need to make and use a hot drink for that quest to be completed. We'll go ahead and get that done. Because he gave us bottles in order to do exactly that. Yep, there we go. Protection from cold. Yeah. Now he's telling us about the caves in the snow, which is spoiling the future of the game a little bit, but I already knew about that, so it's fine. Yeah, we still can't afford the iron tools, and I am going to buy the iron tools rather than making them, because it will be a lot more convenient for us. Can I make enough money for that? I could just get rid of the Bloody Fang, though 10% melee damage is nice. But a iron pickaxe would be nicer, as it is tier 2 tool. Wait, I have that extra rose as well that I can get rid of. Probably have a bunch of things I could sell in here, actually. Rose, slingshot, stick. Yeah, that's admittedly all the things that I would probably immediately sell out of in here, because the rest of it would be things that would actually be useful to use for one purpose or another. Put these flowers away because I'm not going to need them. I don't remember if you can use things out of storage. That is one thing to keep in mind. Yeah, these aren't worth much money, though. But it is enough to get us into enough gold, just not enough money entirely. I mean, now that we have a bow, am I really going to use the boomerang much? The answer is still yes, because it's similar damage and doesn't cost ammo to use. So we probably will keep it as a backup, at least until we find something better. So that leaves me in the position of, no, I still don't have enough money, and I'm not going to sell the other thing to make that money. Alright then, off we go. We will just travel for a little bit longer, and then we'll be able to buy the iron tools. That will all work itself out just fine. We could actually poke around here a little bit more and see if we find more set piece spawns. That might be more beneficial to us than just running back down straight away. Clean up our map a little bit, too. But as you can see, the early establishment actually goes pretty fast. Like, we're already over 100 of both of health and mana, though. I still think some of that was us getting very lucky. And the spawns just being kind of kind. But there are so many, like, odds and ends goodies to find if you're willing to walk around and search for it. assuming they spawn in the particular seed you get. I don't know what that is. That looks like a teleporter. Let's see where it sends us. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, this is what a waypoint is. Okay. I thought it was going to be like a teleporter that was just going to fling me out into nothingness somewhere. It was going to be funny. Ice flower. There's all these little statues scattered around as well. I'm sure there's people out there that are going to go out of their way to collect them, kind of like people did with the Terraria statues. So I'm sure that's going to end up being something to keep some players distracted. There's this little island up here, but I don't think there's anything on it. I think it's just a little beach patch. Oh no, there's a chest. I think you... Oh wait, yeah, I think this was supposed to be something I found back at the beginning. Shield, okay. Like, you can tell because it has the torches around it that it's probably like a beginner chest of some description. And I think biome progression wise, you're probably supposed to wander the beach before going into the tree area. But the tree area is also like not even slightly threatening. So most people are probably going to just auto off right into the trees because why not? Another waypoint. Okay, so it looks like you could always travel between the waypoints. You just can now travel to the waypoints indirectly via the teleporter that I have. Okay. Learning. Oh, there's one of these. I found a bunch of these when I was doing the demo. I was wondering if they still existed. This is where I had gotten a ton of life flowers and mana flowers from when I had done the demo. As well as getting just free stuff in general, like apparently Head of Clarity. Peaceful Potion reduces enemy spawn rate. Behold, the power of Bald. Anyway. That is not enough armor. I mean, I could put it on in the aesthetic slot for fun, but I'm not that interested in running around being bald. Yep, there's snow over here. So only just the very edges of it. And our cold temperature protection is also wearing off, so we're obviously not going to go running in there. Alright, I put all my mucus away, so the jelly pistol's useless. Thankfully, it's easy to fix that. There we go. Oh yeah, get a load of the Yeti, by the way. He's just kind of hanging out in there. He just lives in the snow, because of course he does. He is quite dangerous, as you would imagine. We'll deal with him later. That is the slight downside to the foreknowledge I have from the demo, is nothing much yet is going to surprise me. Aside from obviously things that have changed. There's another life fruit in an abandoned house. Very good. The abandoned house may have cool stuff. I'd also just rip the walls down for my own convenience. I swear there's more of those thumpers dropping than used to as well. Oh, autosave is going to ruin my life again. Maybe there's a world gen option for autosave timing that I didn't pay attention to. It's not bothering me enough for me to stop playing to check. But it is a thing. And judging from the amount of walls we're getting out of this place, I can build like 2 villagers' houses out of this building here. Oh, we're down to our fire arrows now. So let me go ahead and just swap back to the boomerang so I stop wasting my ammo. Because while they're giving us arrows back, they're not giving us that many. Ooh, healing staff. Heal yourself by charging the weapon. Okay. Not super strong, but, you know, it's free healing. I don't have to use any potions or anything for it. Like, that is gonna be very potent for a bit. Like, till we start having things just rinsing our health. That's why you explore, is you get rewarded for your exploration by finding things like that. Items you can't make. Goblin's just chilling over there. He's just like, hey, why are you ripping that house down? Hey, you're ruining the neighborhood. Stop it. That's what I think of the HOA. Yep, you get back here too. You were a witness. Not allowed. There we go. We're just gonna get out of here before anybody realizes what we've done. And there goes the spam bot once again. Nothing new there. More goblins. I'm gonna keep calling them goblins even though the game labels them orcs because they look more like goblins to me. Ooh, I am gonna steal these stone torches because I do like the way the stone torches look. And I can scatter some more of those around the village somewhere. Make the place look a little nicer instead of it just being absolute nightmarish darkness everywhere but the manor house, essentially. What's in the box? Ooh, Blazing Crit Charm. 5% crit chance and a little bit of speed. And we can beat up another Slime King because we got a free Slime Voodoo Doll. Oh, that did open up a combo item as well. I'll take the door. I'm not going to spend the time breaking this whole house down because I'm sure you guys don't want to watch me sit there and break every building I run into down. But understand that I want to. That is how I operate, is I'll just sit there and tear down every structure I encounter because free stuff. It looks like there's the other end of the wasteland up here. Oh yeah, duh, is right there. Didn't realize I traveled down that far that quickly. It really wasn't that far. Anything interesting in here, or is this just like a mess? Looks like this might just be one of those like weird generation things where there's just stuff scattered around and they expect you to have to move around it. You know how it be sometimes. Oh, there's snow adjacent to the desert. That, you know what? Sure, why not? Nothing wrong with that, right? I'm sure that all makes perfect sense. Not sure why there's a random sawmill out here, but I guess I'll take it because it's free. It's just right here. If it's free, it's for me. If I was playing on a server, I would immediately be blaming people I'm playing with for throwing that there because it's just so random. But I'm the only one here, so who knows? I don't have any more hot drinks on me, so we're not going into the snow. Well, actually, I'll show you guys what happens if you go into the snow without cold protection, so you understand why I don't want to do it. Because there's something I did in the demo involving that. That'll explain. See, you just start freezing. You stay out here for a little too long and you're just going to start having a real bad time because you will start taking damage the longer you're in there. What I did in the demo is I just tanked the damage. I just was drinking health potions, eating bread, and doing things like that to just walk in there and get stuff without having to make hot drinks. Ditto with the desert, though the desert's harder to do that with because the desert obscures your vision with the sandstorms, as well as dealing damage. At least that's what I remember it doing. I could be remembering wrong. Just get that out of the way so I can move through here. Discovered Forgotten Altar. I'll take your word for it, game, because I don't see anything. But I'm assuming it's here somewhere. That was totally not me just trying to scroll out to look for it or anything, no. Forgetting that I can't scroll wheel the camera anywhere. Like, is this the Forgotten Altar? If so, that's not really notable there, video game, but, you know. It's notable to somebody, I guess. Now, it's probably this. That looks a lot more like an altar down here. Now, this is new to me. This is stuff I haven't seen. This is... Okay, I bring in a bunch of stuff I don't have, and I can make things here. Alright, so I guess it's kind of like the demon altars in Terraria a little bit then, where they're just, like, set in stone stationary crafting tables for specific purposes. Oh yeah, I guess this isn't only wasteland either, because there's a lot of grass here. It's like it mixed with the forest area. Let's head toward where that marker for wastelands is and see if there's actually something specific at that spot, or if that's just marking that biome's there, which would be weird because the desert's not marked, and that's why I'm curious. Or is the wasteland actually like a set piece zone? Kind of like that altar is. I don't know. This is why I ask these questions, because I want answers to them. And based on the complete lack of anything where this marker is, I'm going to assume that that's just indicating that this is this area. There's a tumbleweed. When in doubt, slap the thing, find out what it does. Oh yeah, may as well demonstrate. See, your vision out in the desert really sucks. And it just continues to get worse the longer you're in it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. There are ways to fix that without just having the bard's protection, but we don't have access to the thing we need for that yet. Because I think I know what I need to do there, and I just didn't do it because I'm bouncing all over the place as I do. I want more coal. No. Actually, how much are these worth? 50 copper? Not worth it. Yeah, and I didn't actually make any money on that trip. Not independently, anyway. You don't have anything cool. You have all the same stuff you've had. It is 2 gold for the crit charm, if I'm not attached to that. But I can combine that with my frog leg, so no, I'm gonna hang on to that. Sure, you can have the Head of Clarity, though. I don't care about that at all. Oh yeah, I'm just sitting on like 3 life fruit and 2 mana flowers because I've just been running around. You can have the peaceful potion, I don't need that. Here, have an iron fence. The shield? Yeah, you can have the shield. No, that might combine with stuff. I think I'm better off hanging on to that so it will combine with things. You can have the extra sawmill, though, even though it's not even worth a silver. Just get it out of my inventory. I could just make a bunch of fishing rods to make up the money I need for the pickaxe. If I really want to be that way. Would be funny. Should probably see about planting those wasteland trees at some point. Oh wow. I thought I got more copper than that, but I didn't actually mine any. I thought I just killed enough of those orange slimes to get it. Which means copper bow's still not happening then, but that's fine. The thought process is cooking, just bear with me. Might be nice to have some of these desert torches, just because they look more like road lamps than the stone ones do. So they would fit, like out here are a little nicer and so. Well, here specifically, I think those work because it's in front of a stone building. But like out on the road, the other ones would make more sense. Yeah, there we go. If I take my frog leg off, I can have my crit chance and my dash. It unfortunately doesn't have an affix on it anymore, but that's okay. Yeah, we are going to want these shoes with chains, because as you saw, you do slide on the ice. So that is going to be something worth keeping an eye on. I think I remember what this is, but we don't have access to it, because I think that's either something you get from the traveling merchant primarily, or it's out in one of the boxes somewhere. I desperately need to fix this inventory more, though. Put the Slime King idols in there. Like, a lot of just non-stacking things are gonna go in here, I think. So basically, like, equipment and summoning items and things like that. Just to keep them out of the way. So they don't flood this box out. Not that this box isn't already a disaster zone. But, you know. Okay, let's actually use these before I forget that I have them again. Yes, autosave, I know. You know, just a casual 185 hit points and 180 mana already. I probably should be playing on a higher difficulty. Just to be honest with myself here. Take another box. Just chuck it in the corner. Stack to nearby chests, and then everything else. Actually, yeah. We'll start organizing this a little bit. Make my life a little bit simpler if I apply even just the slightest organization to this. Basically, buildable stuff will go in this one and everything else will go in the other spot for the time being. It provides just like that little bit of separation to start making this make sense. Lark, I am with you on your fixation with killing everything with fire, but there's nothing I need to be killing right now. I also still don't really have much fire. I have like 9 fire arrows and that's it. That's not really gonna go very far. That's not much fire. But how you doing, Lark? Yeah. There is magic in this world. I just don't have the tools to apply magic right now. There we go, convert that up, because for some reason the money wasn't always stacking appropriately. And put the fire flowers away. This needs to go in the other box. Okay, that's better. You know what, fair. I'm with you on that. Let's leave the healing staff here. I don't really need it. We all have our moments with that. That is understandable. There we go. Just clean all that up. That'll work nicely. I should keep some of the mucus out with me, though, so the jelly pistol actually functions. And I'm going to be killing a lot of slimes as I go anyway. So, that'll work itself out. Is there anything else I need? I could make some hot drinks so we could actually go into the cold. But I really don't want to go there quite yet. I feel like I'm rushing too much. We'll go back into the desert for a bit longer. So, what have you done that makes you think that there, Lark? What has happened? At some point, I really should just make a melee weapon. That involves getting close to my enemies, and I see no need to do that. It's rather silly of me to actually approach my opponent. And I can just throw things at them and win. Just keep collecting fire flowers, because remember, we do need those for going into the cold area as I already explained about how the hot drink works. I guess I should get more copper so I can make, like, the copper bow and such, too, while I'm here. Why else would I be in the desert other than... To be quite blunt, the main thing I'm running around in here at this point for is trying to figure out if the keys to these pyramids exist in this biome, or if it's, like, one of those you come back here after you get it somewhere else type deal. Oh, treasure guy. Come here. You're gonna fund that better pickaxe for me. Come here. Give me your money. Sometimes it's better just to make people spell out what they're talking about. Oh. Yeah, that's gonna be a rough work day, probably. But who knows, you might get lucky and it won't be so bad. You never know. Besides, gotta have something to talk about right now. All I'm doing is running around picking flowers. It's not like I got anything exciting to talk about. Look, I found another flower. And look, I found another flower. I could definitely go faster. There are ways to make myself faster in this universe. I just don't have them yet. I learned something funny in the demo that allowed me to go even faster, but I need to find it. And I don't want to give away what it is, since people watching now have not seen that thing. But I'm pretty sure I can also do shenanigans with the grappling hook that we can make once we get iron as well. I wouldn't say that. I'm not bored. Or by any stretch of the imagination. But, you know, you're here and wanted to talk anyway. You may as well talk about things. That is, after all, what half of this business is people being able to talk about things. But sometimes it's more fun to be extra real because it throws people off. Like that's how you really get people sometimes. That is what I am. This is accurate. Like that, there's a reason why I have a tiny screaming version of myself down there at the bottom of the screen all the time. You have to showcase both angles of the mind. There's so many pyramids, and no key to open any of them. I swear, if they could just, like, let me blow up these pyramids so I can get at the insides of them, I would be so overjoyed. But if we can't pickaxe the walls down, I have to imagine I can't and blow up the walls either. So we just gotta find that key. And I'm committed to finding this key. I am too curious about what's in so many of these boxes to not just keep looking for this key. Besides, that's just one of those things that you do. You explore worlds like this. You go looking for all the hidden goodies and all of the things to steal. And if it sounds like I'm talking about stealing things a lot, it's because that is one of my main modus operandi, is taking anything that isn't nailed down, as we've talked about before. That which is unattended will be mine, and that which is attended will be rapidly unattended and then mine. Oh, we found another biome, which is not really where I want to be right now. You know what? We may as well demonstrate why I don't want to be here. See that mosquito? See how he's not dying very quickly? See how he did a lot of damage? Yeah. Not really somewhere we should be right now. It's absolutely doable. But it's also got, like, long-range murder plans, and it's just no good being down there in the swamp. You don't want to be there right now. It's not a good place to be. I believe the biome order, from what I remember from the demo, is you go into the snow after the desert and then go into the swamp. But I think you can go into the swamp even now, because I don't think there's a special effect to the swamp, at least. So you can just kind of go in there freely, aside from everything wanting you dead in there. But everything everywhere else wants you dead, too. So, you know, it kind of works itself out one way or the other. Maybe I make the key. Or maybe one of the NPCs will teach me how to make the key when I do the right thing. Eh, so far so good. Nice chill day playing something I've been looking forward to. So, you know, not too bad. I think we can also grow our own fire flowers, but I haven't seen any seeds from them, so maybe not. Oh, wait, broken building. Nope, not really broken building, just like a little crap shack with a single pot in it, but maybe it'll have a key in it. Nope, it had one thing and one thing alone, disappointment in it. You know, we all get disappointed now and then. Ooh, magic sword. I could buy an iron bow, but then I wouldn't be able to... Then again, I could buy the iron sword, then I don't have to worry about making anything else for a while, because the iron sword does 27 melee damage. And then I could use the first bit of iron I get to make the iron pick instead of buying the iron pick. The fact that he's charging only 50 silver more for the iron sword compared to the copper sword is insanity. This man does not know how to merchant. And this is why we're going to be ripping him off left and right where we can. This is a better thing, so we'll trade those out. And you can't just swap those, so we'll just do that. Here, give me 2 gold for that. Oh wait, a map chart. What does the map chart do? When did I even get that? Do I use this? Is this... Nope, it doesn't do anything. Okay. Never mind. Hey, I may as well use these mana flowers while I'm standing here. I really need to get a good magic weapon. We have so much mana. Oh yeah, as you can see, in single player, the world pauses when you're shopping. So you're safe when you're shopping, in case anybody's worried about this guy hanging out over here while I'm trying to buy stuff. We do have near enough money to get both now, so yeah, we'll buy the iron sword. And as you can see, it is more effective than the bone boomerang is. The bone boomerang has the advantage of range, and it is pretty quick to throw. But just a quick chop chop, and the problem is gone. You have a key? You do not. There we go, just hack that guy up too. Keep things nice, quick, and simple. Give flower. Hitting those flowers is a little janky. I do think they may want to work on that, but that may also just be me doing weird angles and expecting it to work. There's a lot of copper in this section. Okay. Admittedly, we are very quickly making copper irrelevant by the power of money, but, you know, that's how it be sometimes. And this is where you get sand, by the way, is just these sand patches you see on the ground. That's why I wasn't worrying too much about getting glass. because it's gonna take a bit. And that is one of the many reasons I came back to the desert instead of just continuing on, though, is so that we could get sand to make potions. Both so I can show off some of the other potions in the game, and so that we can actually, well, have them. Oh, treasure goblin again. Give me your money. You can't outrun me. You will not escape. I can dash. You can't. Oh, we're out of time in here, though. Gotta go. That was about to be real inconvenient. There we go. Nice and easy, nice and easy. Give me all this copper into bar form. This does put us in a mildly awkward position as far as the copper goes, like I said, though, because now I need to figure out what I actually use the copper for. Because we already have the armor, and we now no longer need a melee weapon, because we have an iron sword, which is going to be better than anything we can make out of copper. And technically, I don't really even need the copper bow anymore, because it is only slightly stronger than the bone bow, and it's slower. So I think we actually would be better off keeping the bone bow and just making better arrows. So I think copper might just be not useless, but oh, that's awkward. We just gotta. This is one of the things you could have had drop way sooner. And of course, no sooner did we buy a better melee weapon, did we get the cactus sword. Now, the advantage of this sword, obviously, is it's faster, as it says there. But as you can see, it's not faster enough to warrant a 9 damage swing there. Because they got the same crit chance. And it's only fast speed, I think, because it has the hurricane modifier on it. So how much is the cactus sword worth? I could have sold it at the other one, too. 5 silver, huh? Well, we'll sell the bone meringue now because we no longer need it. And I'll just go ahead and sell that. I don't care enough to hang on to that. And this isn't a world we're keeping long term. This is just a demonstration purpose planet, basically. And I can't stack leather boots, but I think one of the things I ended up doing, actually, I do want to buy some hot drinks for my own convenience there. But I think what you can do is once you upgrade the leather shoe, I think you can then stack a regular leather shoe with it. I think that's what I was alluding to, or at least one of the things I was alluding to before when I was talking about ways to make yourself faster. But that may have also been fixed since the demo too, because if they were smart, they would fix that, because going super fast makes things even easier. But yeah, I think we're gonna go back to the desert again, get back down to where we were. I wish there was a waypoint closer to that area, because there's not been a waypoint in the desert anywhere. But we'll figure it out. Thanks to our shoes of increased speed, we're at least not going to take too long to get down there. It's just unfortunate that we're burning protection time on our way back. Oh, brain. Why did you think about this now that we're down here? Well, never mind. We'll deal with that later. I was just realizing I didn't use the sand I grabbed in order to make glass, because I think the glass is the piece I was needing to do the thing that would allow us to not need protection from the desert. Brain fires at the awkwardest time sometimes, but it'll be okay. We can just go back and forth again. We still have 10 minutes more or less of protection. And that'll probably be enough to do the majority of what I intend to do. We'll just need the more permanent protection when we are aiming to open all those pyramids. And I will say, it is probably for the best that we didn't get a melee weapon sooner. Ooh, this looks important. Because if we got a melee weapon sooner, I probably would have died a lot more. Ooh, Enlightened Monocle. Increases melee damage and crit chance by 5%. Neat. And you look stylish while you're at it. And of course, I complain about it, and there it is. There's the waypoint. Ooh. And there's an underground. Yeah, none of these underground sections were in the demo. This is all new to me. And unfortunately, our waypoint's not super close to our village, but it's better than nothing. And now we can come back down here a lot quicker. This is going to be the more important part. And thanks to our personal teleporter, since I have so much mana, I can go back and forth without needing to walk over there. I'll just need to walk back from the waypoint up above. Since that door is also locked, we're not going to be able to go into exciting underground and fancy place yet. These ice flowers are going to be useful. I forget what they are used for as well, but they are useful. Aha, a hidden mana flower. Give. Do not stab, please. Let me stab you instead. Oh, there's a box and some barrels. Maybe that'll have something good. Knock, knock. I'm coming in regardless of whether you want me in here or not. We found a wooden staff, the first magic weapon you can make. Hooray. We did, however, find some dynamite. That's much more exciting. You know how to get my attention, video game. I approve. Hello, Scorpion. Perish. Thank you for your tail. I'm sure it will be useful at some point in some weird alchemical nonsense that I will do in the future. There's still no sign of the key, though. Unless maybe you have to make the key? That's a possibility. Why am I even mining this copper? Habit, I guess? Probably habit, yeah. I mean, it's there, you know? And I suppose I could start processing the copper and selling it. Yep, I had a feeling since there was a random circle of plants here that there was gonna be either a life or a mana flower. And, you know, the obvious glowing helps, too. And you can use the fire flowers as, like, neat little natural lights, too. Though they, as you see there, they don't give off much light, but it's better than no light at all. Depends on what you need and what you want. Oh, okay. I had a text message, but it's just a billing system message. Nothing to worry about. Now we got a rosary and some more bombs. We now have 3 different flavors of bombs, and I haven't used any of them. Makes me slightly sad. Nope, collapsed blacksmith shop over here. You know what? I do want the sign. We can put that in front of our blacksmith. It's nice when things are properly labeled. You know, ignoring the fact that I've now ruined the labeling of that plate. Luke would have a field day here. Oh damn, pots everywhere. Nope, time to start breaking everything. See if we get anything cool. This would be a perfect situation to have that better pickaxe that I wanted to buy, instead bought a tool of violence, as I do. So far, these pots haven't been exciting. I am mildly disappointed. We will find out if I continue to be disappointed or not. I don't know why I think the key is going to be in one of these pots, but it could be, though, you know? It could be. And there's lots of coinage in these anyway, so really I should be breaking all of them, if for nothing else but the coins. God, that slow is brutal. That's fine. We're not really in any danger around here anymore. Not with our 200 hit points and our copper armor. They only do 8 damage, so not really a big concern. Just mildly inconvenient when you suddenly go toward a speed. Yes, autosave. I did stuff. Congratulations. Carrying on after clearing out all of the pottery in the world. Huh, those shots glow. Interesting. Wow, they really do shoot very far, huh? Still trying to shoot at me at this distance. Can I break this? Aw, I wanted to take a crazy vine dog home. Oh well. Not gonna lie. Running out of desert. This could be a problem. Because that makes me assume one of 3 things. A, the key is in one of these 2 locations. 2, the key is over here because the desert actually like continues under this section. With this being here, it would make sense if this desert just wraps around there, which is entirely possible. Or 3, the key is not here anywhere and I actually need to make it or something. Ow. Literally closed my map in time to get shot in the face. What a time to be alive. Ooh, more dynamite. I don't really think I need a bar sign. Ooh, compressed Cato Ninetails. Very fast, buff allies by hitting them. Well, you know what? I'm sure somebody will get use out of that somewhere, somehow. Meanwhile, more bombs. I already discovered the wasteland, though, game. I was already in one. So apparently this has the marker for wasteland, too. And this does have all the same enemies and such as the desert, so I guess this is all technically part of the same thing. Like, the wasteland's just like a point of interest in the desert. And I just happened to get 2 of them, I guess. But maybe the wasteland is where the key lives. I also, I'm assuming, need desert protection while in the wasteland, and we're about to find out in a second here. Fireball spell, there we go, magic. You got your wish, Lark. I can set things on fire now. Fireball. Yep. Definitely need to leave now, though, because everything is orange. There we go. And now I can use all that mana I have to do egregious harm to all things I don't like. There you go. Blacksmith sign. So let's see. What can I do with everything I've acquired here? One thing I can do is make glass. There we go. Now we can make the desert goggles. Yes, all of that is just to make some goggles to put on to then walk around the desert freely. Because all you need is goggles to not have to worry about sandstorms. Pay no mind to the fact that you're going to, you know, have breathing problems in a sandstorm and sand's gonna get in everything. No, it's fine. Just cover your eyes, you're good. Everything's fine. Everything's gonna be okay. And the better part is we can make the glow desert mask so we can combine our portable candle with our goggles, and we don't need to waste an inventory space. Hooray! We have a fancy hat now that makes light. And now we just don't need the bard anymore. The bard no longer has a function. The bard just exists. And the scorpion tails are for poison resistance, which it says it's resistance, but as you can see, it makes you immune. And I think the frozen effect is part of the thing that was happening when we were out in the... No, it probably isn't the same as you turning blue in the cold. Stones, it needs hearts of stone. We can also just make glowing potions now. And make our own teleport potions, but you need shell, which is actually going to make them annoying to get. Go ahead and make that health potion, though, as you can see, a lot of beachcombing is required to do alchemy. Which makes me think, actually, you probably could have gotten sand from the beach, because that just makes sense. This gives 20 HP and MP. Yeah, that's gonna be better for me than the rose. Even though we won't have the damage reflection, these are better stats. Considering it also gives 1 extra defense. We've actually got pretty good defense for somebody who's just wearing a pile of copper. I don't really have a place that I would put the bar sign on yet, so we'll go ahead and just put that away. I do still have 2 more life flowers as well. Solo might actually be easier than multiplayer for this game because you just get inundated with the stat increasing items when you're alone, because you don't have to share them. Okay, can't stack to that chest when you're in that chest. There we go. Yeah, that's good enough. I'll worry about cleaning the inventory more when I actually need to clean the inventory more. But I think it is time for us to teleport away back down into danger. Oh, actually, let me sell the wood staff and the cat and nine tails, because we have no allies, so buffing allies is useless to us. It's also worth 2 gold, so you know what? That's great news, because now we can buy the iron pickaxe. I also, thinking about it, could have sold the energy plant, actually. Let's see how much that's worth before I leave. Can't steal it through the wall, gonna have to go around. Because that might be the way you make money off of the Slime King, is you just get energy plants off of him and sell them. They're only worth 20 silver. Give me that. No longer need copper pickaxe. And now we can safely spend some of our money reforging. Because we do have a couple things to reforge, like the leather boot, the lucky frog leg, and the glow desert mask. Slight increase to speed, okay. 1% damage, you can do better than that. 1 defense, that's good enough. As you can see, some items are a lot more expensive to reforge. 11 gold to reforge the lucky frog leg. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I can't afford it. There we go, 4 more defense. Not even an extra speed is not as good as 4 defense, I think. Ordinarily, I would be more about the speed, but that's just not... Oh, I guess we're maxed out on mana. Oh, we can just start selling these too, then. Because it wouldn't let me keep using the mana increasers. We are as wizard is going to wizard. I could have bought more teleport potions, but considering we can just use the waypoints, I'll just take the extra second or 2 to walk back. Okay, the fireballs do have a range limit. So let's just walk through the wasteland and see what we find. Not gonna bother going back for the scorpion tail because we don't really need it. May as well check this grave, because we didn't do that yet. See? Worth it. Crit charm. And that was a different skeleton type, too. This tumbleweed probably isn't gonna be worth it, but... yeah, wood and wasteland wood. Since we got something more than just wood out of the first tumbleweed, I figured I'd give it a shot. Okay, you just have a quake attack. That's upsetting. Thankfully, very easily disposed of with an iron sword, so that's a non-issue. But yeah, now that we don't have a timer in here, we can just comb through the entire place completely in the hopes of finding what we're looking for. Like, now would be the kind of time where I'd tell stories or such, but I really just don't have very many interesting stories that I haven't already told that I can think of off the top of my head. There's another locked door. I swear they've just done this to upset me. Just riddling the world with locked doors that I can't just break down. There's the cold. We don't want to go in there yet. It's very weird seeing a mummy just hanging around in the snow. His bandages are going to get soggy, and it's just going to be really upsetting. Just seems like nothing but a shame. Which I could make a ton of mini bombs now with all these mummy bandages. We haven't even used the good bombs we found, let alone worrying about using mini bombs. Oh, okay. I thought this was swamp, and then I'm like, why is there a snowman sitting in the swamp? Is the green of the swamp and the ice area are kind of similar? If you look at that, they're both dark green. But I can't help but notice that I'm running out of desert. I'm starting to suspect my theory was correct, that I cannot find the key. I have to make the key or get the key. Like, maybe there's a desert boss I'm supposed to defeat to get the key. But we haven't found any means of summoning a desert boss yet. Oh, that's gonna be a really awkwardly timed thing, isn't it? Oh, there's ore right here. And I can mine it, because we bought the iron pick. Oh yeah, there's leech monsters too, like you see over there. Those things are awful. Yeah, we just filched some gold ore off the edge of the swamp, so that's good. Because, you know, why worry about making iron tier stuff when we could just make gold, right? Just completely skip that process. Yeah. Did I just get unlucky? And there's just not a... I'm just gonna teleport over. Because this is closer to where some of the missing spots are. In case there's a point of interest, I just happen to traipse all the way around that has the key. Like, it's either that or I'm just gonna test the dynamite. See if the dynamite does something. Did I open this box already? I feel like I did, but I forgot to pick it up. This is the one, yeah, right next to the forge. I just completely neglected picking it up. And I'm gonna do so again, because I doubt we're gonna walk through that specific spot again. All that stopping, by the way, was not the game freezing or anything. That was me bumping into the corners of those skulls, even though they were round objects. And it just kept happening. I just kept tripping over skulls. Because I'm looking at the map, not looking where I'm walking. You know, as you do. Yeah. Huh. This is where I would have figured a missing point of interest would have been, and there isn't one. And none of those pyramids were open, right? Because it'd be kind of rude to have a pyramid be open and all the rest of them are closed. And they just expect you to look for it. But it wouldn't be unbelievable. It'd be inconvenient. And it doesn't seem like the graves are the answer. And we already have quests past this area from the guide, so it's not like the... Not like the guide's gonna tell us how to do this. So... Yeah, because he's talking about the caves in the snow. Maybe you're meant to come back for this? Maybe you don't get the key yet? Yeah, because this just says explore the caves, which implies the snow cave. So maybe I'm just barking up the wrong tree trying to get in here. I just don't like something denying me, you know? I don't like when there's something right in reach and I'm not allowed to have it. Okay, yeah, as expected, that doesn't work either. Because of the fact that they're unmineable, I assumed that explosives weren't gonna work either. That is a satisfying explosion, though. I'll have to remember that I can throw the dynamite. It's not like a place it on the ground deal. Oh, I guess hi-ho, it's off to the snow we go. And maybe in the caves we'll find a key, and then come back over here, open up all this stuff. I'm less scared of going into the snow at this point anyway, because one, we have hot drinks, so we're not just gonna freeze to death, and two, I have a weapon that can actually do damage. But I'm somewhat surprised that we went through this whole biome without a boss. That feels weird. I kind of assumed that there was going to be a boss per biome in the non-demo version of the game. I guess that is just me making an assumption. That doesn't have to be the case. Really should have bought the flippers. But I would have to find the traveling merchant again in order to get the flippers. The regular merchant doesn't have it. It's not going to be that long a swim anyway. Did we grab this already? We did. Okay. I saw that this had been explored, but just because the map shows it having been explored doesn't mean I walked all the way into a spot. The dynamite away. Yeah, and you'll notice you only get 5 minutes of cold protection. So you gotta make it worth it. And as you can see, it's also kind of hard to see around here. I was kind of hoping this would have ended up getting changed a little bit in the release version as opposed to the demo. Turns out not so much. They really do just want to restrict you in these areas. Which I guess makes sense. It's just mildly upsetting not being able to see as well. On top of having to have a protection item. But there might be like snow goggles or something. Oh yeah, that's the version of slimes for this area, by the way. They shoot ice shards when they jump. Speaking of, I should be breaking these as well, because the ice shards are actually good for a couple things. Like, you saw the ice torches and such, for example. So if you want, like, fancy blue torches, you can make those. We already have some ice flowers, so I don't need to grab those. There's also these things. They bounce off you when they jump at you. But you get fluff from them, which I think is what you need for the protection item for this area. I think you need that to make something that's warm enough that you don't freeze. Something along those lines. Like that and some other stuff, obviously, because it didn't pop up yet. That's the basic idea. What is that? I don't remember that thing. Oh god, it's very bitey, whatever that is. It's very bitey, but very dead. More goblins, which we don't need to concern ourselves with. Oh, the healer! This is the NPC they added in the latest patch. They can heal you, and you can buy healing items from them, I guess. But now that we found them, we can move them into our little village and have just a healer available on tap at all times. And I have even less reason to concern myself with alchemy now, because I can just buy an endless supply of healing items. Oh, there's the big guy. Come here, you. As you can see, he does hit pretty hard, and when he hits you, he freezes you in place. But that's what gun is for. Ah, there we go. Warm scarf, snow hat, Santa hat. That's the ticket. We needed his fluff of the Yeti fur. We've done it. We have cracked the code. Oh yeah, this is why you want the shoes that make you not slide on ice, by the way. Spike puzzles. Because those are fun. As you can see, though, the spikes don't hurt that much. You can just kind of traipse through them. Recall scroll. Now I don't need... This is what makes the recall potions irrelevant. Is now I just have a scroll that does that, and I just spend mana to leave instead. So now, just at will, I can travel around the map, basically. Kind of like finding the magic mirrors and such. The only thing we're missing now is something that would let me teleport to other players. Oh, doggo. Doggo hurt. There we go. More fluff and wolf teeth, which gives us critical potions, and I think the wolf teeth does other things too. We're just missing other important components of said thing. You would think water would be bad for us, but apparently it's fine. Oh, we got a snowman hat. Which might actually be important because of the fact that that's in a set piece there. Or they just decided it'd be funny to put a house with a snowman in it. Either or is possible. Especially with the added consideration of, it'll be extra funny if somebody thinks that the snowman is important, because they see him in there. And then people concoct whole theories around the snowman. We're not gonna have enough iron to go crazy with. But at the very least, we've made headway. And I'm probably gonna warp away when we start freezing. Basically just gonna grab this iron, grab this box, and then warp out. So we can gather our thoughts and make use of what we picked up. That's a legendary fireball. That is much better. Freezing, gotta go. Stacked to nearby chests. I don't remember what was in that slot. Oh yeah, we got another compass. Another crit charm. Oopsie. Yeah, you probably don't want to be holding that when you're in your base, because you'll just keep warping. Yeah, there we go. Resist the low temperatures of the snow. And now we don't need hot drinks anymore. And that's kind of the reason why I'm like kind of meh on the effects of these zones, because they're made irrelevant so quickly. It makes you wonder if those needed to be there. I was wondering if they were going to expand upon that more in this version, and it seems so far they didn't, but obviously this is still early access. They can still do a lot more as they see fit. Yeah, we do already have a crit charm in our frog leg, so yeah, we'll take the gold. We need the money anyway. Okay, yeah, snowman hat's just extra defense. We can get rid of the other fireball spell because we don't need two of them. Don't really need the bone bow anymore if I have the fireball spell, because it's ammo-less, essentially. Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, there's nothing I can immediately make, but we can certainly sort out a lot of iron. I say, not realizing I didn't actually get as much iron as I thought. Sad. I can get a grappling hook, though. I just need to get a little more string. I'm very interested in the idea of the grappling hook. Shocking concept, I know. Me wanting a grappling hook. But it'll be fun to have. Because it will allow me to grapple around. Look at me traveling faster. It also doesn't have much of a cooldown at all. In fact, it doesn't have one at all, so I can just do this. So, you know, that's gonna have good results in the future in multiplayer. And it can just be used from the inventory, which is the best part. Let's see. Yeah, we just have the nurse we can move in, though we need a fur shelf, which is made out of the trees in that biome. Which is what I forgot to do. I forgot to cut any trees down while we were in the snow biome. I knew I was forgetting something. Guess I'll sacrifice the shoe, wear the warm scarf for now. So we are now slower and I'm sad. It would be worse to not have the other things. I am surprised that nothing combines with the scarf, though. Oh yeah, this does, but we don't have the other thing yet. So I guess our next major port of call is going to be finding that cave in the snow biome. Oh yeah, you can also turn ice into its own building material and everything. If you wanted a bunch of blue stuff without spending iron. Do I want any of this stuff right now? 15% critical chance is actually not too bad. Could make a stone skin now, but why would I? And with the nurse being the only one I have available to move in... Now, hang on to the shovel, you might need it. Could put the snow hat in here, though. Let's go ahead and quickly bully these two slime kings, just to get these voodoo dolls out of my inventory. It'll be a nice showcase of us getting stronger. Or if I just beat him up a bit. Though our armor hasn't changed since the last time we defeated him. As you can see, the sword makes much quicker work of him, especially with our crit chance happening occasionally. It's also a matter of I just hold the button down now instead of needing to click. Beast Jelly Pistol. Wop, 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 wop. Yeah, whenever he decides to sit there like that, he just gets destroyed. But the best part about melee with this guy is just being able to dispose of all of his minions before they even fully spawn in and cause any problems. There we go. Smart Jelly Pistol. Well, this one's just a regular. This is less MP consumption, which is useless. Extra knockback, which is not particularly useful, but better than nothing, I guess. Oh, hey, look, another slime voodoo doll. Anyway, guess I'm doing this a third time. Actually, let's test the fireball on him. Oh yeah, the fireball's way faster. So anyway, that's the end of that. Merciless Lucky Mustache, which is the same as the one I already have. If only I could put a mustache on my mustache so I could just have even more luck. It's worth a decent amount of money, though. Yeah, we basically got a gold out of him. Give or take. I guess I'll buy the iron axe too, because I think I need that for the fir trees anyway. And if I don't need it for the fir trees, it'll still make them easier to cut down. I think our fastest waypoint would actually be just going here because that cuts our walk time in half. But we're gonna have to swim, which kind of sucks. Let's see if we can spot a traveling merchant nearby. See if we can get the flippers before we make that trip. Because the traveling merchant spawns pretty often, in my experience. Of course, now that I said that this is going to be the time where the traveling merchant isn't going to be anywhere around. Just why would they be around when I need them? They clearly don't know how to do business well, because they're not here when there's business available to be done. I'm a man with money, and they are not here to sell me things. This is how you go out of business. Show up, damn it. There he is. All I had to do was yell at him enough. Oh, come back here. Don't you run off into the woods. Hey. And you don't even have a flipper. You have ghost arrows and an iron staff. And a magic sword. You could buy minecart tracks from him, too. Because, you know, of course this game's got minecarts. Why wouldn't it? Though I can't afford the magic sword. Or the iron staff. I don't really need the ghost arrows because I don't have a bow anymore. So, you still fail at doing business, sir. Goodbye. Because you did not bring the thing I wanted. I very clearly advertised what I wanted. And you did not bring it to me. Now, presumably, the warm scarf takes care of everything over there. Another compass. Don't really feel like I need those, but I guess we have them. You know, I wonder if they intend for you to get through the initial island quickly so that you can go to other islands. That might be the thing. That might be why this feels like we're flying through right now. Not sure. Like, part of this is obviously I did a lot of this already. So I know what to expect and what to do. But it also holds your hand a little bit as far as, like, the desert goes and such, and you can easily assume, oh, hey, the desert worked like this, so the snow biome probably also works similarly. And they also teach you about dealing with the cold, too, though, so... There's really not that many question marks for you to run into trouble with. Which, blessing and cursing that. Blessing and curse that. Don't need to be cursing it. As you can see, your visibility still goes to hell in a handbasket. But now we have fir wood, which allows for the iron tools that we already have. Fur chests. Apparently ocean chests need fur, so that's interesting. Not really sure why that would be a thing, but we also have fir tree seeds now. Not sure why they call them tundra trees as far as the seeds go, but they're fir wood. I mean, a fir tree is just a thing. You could have just called them fir tree seeds. Weird. I guess, you know, no need to think about it that much, right? Okay, yeah, I did clean enough inventory to not instantly run out. I questioned that for a second because I'm like, do I have any space at all? Yeah, there's the snowman house again. Oh, there's the waypoint. Go ahead and touch that just in case. I suppose if you think about it, you can get through all, like, the pre-hard mode stuff in Terraria very quickly as well. And a lot of the stuff in Core Keeper, which is something else I should have been comparing this to, because that would be the very obvious, more recent comparison to make. You can get through a lot of that very fast as well, and then it gets harder later. So perhaps that's going to be how this plays out. Actually, you can get a lot of Kaplurth done very quickly as well. Maybe it's just a thing. Now, Kaplurth's one, probably people aren't gonna have any idea what I'm talking about. I wonder if that game's gotten any updates. I haven't thought about that in a while. Now, can I have any more health? Because we can't have any more mana. Maybe, just maybe, I can have more health. Yes, I can. There's the nurse again, still lost in the snow because I didn't bother to build her house. Real shame for her, but, you know. Physician, heal thyself. I don't know. It'd be very funny if I died for the first time out here right after I said that. Would honestly be very fair karma there. Not that I'm gonna make it happen, because why would I? Would it be funny? Tink, tink, tink. There we go. Give me all of this. It looks like we've seen a large portion of this biome at this point. There's a house over there, but I think that was another snowman house, because we could kind of see into it. I think I looked. I say now doubting my own thoughts, but it's okay. We'll look at it again later if I feel like I need to. God, that thing still hurts. Because we haven't upgraded our armor. Ah, there we go. There's the big rock. He killed me via contact damage. That is one thing to keep in mind. You don't have very many iframes, as you saw there. You get caught in body-to-body contact with an enemy, and you can very quickly die. You know, I was not intending to have first death pop up after I talked about it being funny that first death would happen after I said something else. But apparently here we are. In first death territory. Look, gold stuff. Yay! Including a ring. Yeah, gold armor, as you can see, is just another stair-step improvement over iron. Because, you know, if you want interesting stuff, you really shouldn't be expecting that from your basic anvil materials here. Gold staff makes 3 magic fairies instead of 2. Gold bow just does a bit more damage. Iron bow does the same damage as the jelly pistol, and they're both slow. And then the damage from using good ammo would factor in. So that would be worth it. I'd lose my 20 HP and MP set bonus. And it's only for a slight increase. I'd be better off waiting till I can make the whole iron set. And the spear only does very slightly more damage than the sword. It has reach, which would solve the body-to-body contact issue. I should have just fireballed the wolf. But it's fine. This was just a fast way home. Not that we had that much to do here at the moment. Because we didn't really gain anything new. But this allows me to clean up my inventory a little bit more. Get rid of, like, some of the swamp-specific stuff. Get rid of the copper ore that we're not doing anything with. Make some room for more stuff. It is really a shame that we literally found the entrance we were looking for just in time to die, though. I blame being distracted by the fact that that was there. Still, playing for nearly 3 hours and only dying once is not too bad. I would say that's pretty good. And I don't say that just to pat myself on the back. That's how you twist your arm out of shape, after all. You don't want to do that. Huh. Weird ritual circle. Doesn't do anything, though. Interesting that there's fire flowers here. But it is neat that the fire flowers have actually melted snow around them. Like, little touches like that, I say every time, this is always true. Those are the things that get my attention. I say also acknowledging that I've missed a lot of small touches on things because they were too small, but, you know. It is what it is. You're not going to notice everything. Once again, glad that the water doesn't hurt me. For some reason, I remember the water hurting around here, and I think I'm just mixing that up with other things. Because there's a lot of games where the ice biomes, water does hurt you. Hard to say, really, though, at the end of the day. Oh, we traded, because there's the wolf pieces. There's a rock blocking the way. Well, when in doubt, blow it up. Hey, that actually worked. Neat. Since I couldn't mine it, I wasn't sure if blowing it up was gonna work, but... Oh, hey. Hans the miner. I have everything you need to make your way through this place. I've discovered something eerie at the center of the caves. Allow me to mark it on your map. And he sells dynamite, bombs, and minecart tracks. You might be my new best friend, sir. Just give me a couple more dynamite. Thank you. Okay, that's just copper. It looked a little weird, so I was not sure. But this is whole new territory. I've never been down in the caves. Okay, mushrooms are pretty strong. They also poison you on contact. But they gave me a bunch of recipes. Alright. We're in business then. Oh, we got pirate skeletons as well. Yar. Die. He was just kind of vibing. Even though I was hitting him, he was just kind of hanging out. Ooh. 17 damage, but very fast, huh? That might actually still be better, even though the damage is lower. Just poke something to death. Oh, that's a chest. Spore Cloak. Use this item to unlock the given recipe. Oh. Aww. Mushroom mines that make toxic clouds. Okay. I'm back in it now. There's new stuff. I'm here for it. Yeah, that does kill him faster, though I do need to be careful about the whole getting poisoned over and over thing. You there. You seem friendly? Question mark? Luna the Witch. Okay. I understand everything about mushrooms. Do you want to buy some? I can't help but notice you don't have any mushrooms in your shop here. You just have a bunch of recipes for potions. You don't even have many advanced potions. You just have recipes. Which is interesting to say the least. I only have 1 gold, though, so I would only be able to buy 1 recipe. Unlimited HP potion? Oh, so 99 HP potions and something else, I guess, would make a infinite use potion. That's actually really cool. I like that. I like that they give you these infinite recipes. Is something that you always run into in games like this is you keep having to sit there and keep making your healing items and such. This completely bypasses that. But you do have to work for it. Like, you have to put the work in to get it. Once you get it, you have it. I'll go ahead and grab that, because that's also going to be good for once we're out of the ability to use those health things anymore. And I do like the idea that there's purchasable and findable recipes, so you don't just have everything unlocking just by touching an ingredient. Whoa there, bud. And I do appreciate that enemies have different attack patterns. Like, some of them have wacky stuff like that guy doing his multi-jump before he lands and shoots in multiple directions. Maybe it's just me, but I appreciate weird nonsense like that. Fungal ring, okay. Oh. How did you get here when you're... That keeps messing with me when the NPCs keep disappearing and reappearing. Oh, it looks like you make all your mushroom stuff at a specific mushroom anvil, so we'll be taking this with me. Mushroom anvil get. Okay, that's just a torch. Ludo Draconis, thank you for the raid. What were we up to today? Hopefully you all had a good time. We're just out here learning the world of Tinkerlands, making sure this is something I want to do with others in the future. And so far, the answer is an absolute yes. But hopefully, all is well. We already learned the Spore Cloak recipe. And I do appreciate that the recipes are labeled when you've learned them. I'm gonna snooze that ad since y'all just got here. It would not be fair to have y'all get dumped into an ad immediately. Hopefully I caught it in time. I know the indicator can sometimes be incorrect. Ooh. I have heard of Guilty as Sock, I think, because I know I saw screenshots of some weird sock puppet jury system and everything at some point. Sounds like you had a good time, and hopefully you got a good amount of work done. I know co-working can sometimes lead to a lot less getting done. These people just goof off a bit, but, you know, as long as they're having a good time, at the end of the day, that's what matters. Ah. Oh, you're also a fellow pixel artist. Okay. I know we've been following each other for a bit on Blue Sky, but I can't always remember everything everyone does, as I'm sure we can all relate. Ah, the blue button mushrooms make better HP potions. Okay. But hell yeah, always good to see more people doing pixel art. Oh, minecart track. Oh, we can just summon a minecart. I did not anticipate that. Well, let's see where this leads us then. This can't possibly go wrong. No, actually didn't. Uh-oh, autosave. Oh, that went a lot less distance. There's so much ore down here, but of course it's caves. Of course there'd be ore down here. So many mushrooms, so much ore. Thing is, we don't have a waypoint down here. Just for those that don't know, the only way I can teleport around is using waypoints combined with this little personal teleporter that I bought. The scroll next to it lets me go straight back to my home base that I set a recall point at by resting, but that's only gonna get me home. That's not gonna get me back here. No, I didn't get the club. I wanted to see if that club was a stronger weapon or not. And I could probably light this cave up more if I just started chucking torches around. Okay, our target's over there. You know what? Sometimes it's important to just decide to blow things up. But I'm gonna wait till I run into a dead end again before I start blowing things up. Hey, look, I found a dead end. There we go. When in doubt, make your own road. That is very effective. Oh, it also blew up that skeleton. That's why there was bones and such laying there. We are out of inventory. So the coins keep stacking into the main inventory, which is causing some minor issues. $128 rock. Oh, there's a slime. And so we'll blast our way towards that. Making sure not to be in the blast radius. That was my last dynamite, but I do have bombs. Let's see how effective bombs are. It says 3x3, so it's not going to do a ton. But it'll be better than nothing. I like how they just hop up and down so people are really sure that there's a bomb there. It's very helpful, actually. It will make trolling with bombs a little harder, but maybe that's a good thing. Just gonna keep working my way through. Oh. Got sidetracked, but as always, anyone that came in from the raid, or Ludo yourself, of course, make sure to take care of yourselves, because I know everybody's got a lot going on, no matter which way, where, what. So by all means, do what you gotta do. I'll still be here one way or the other. Ooh, some kind of, like, ruin area? Oh, nope, spider webs. Spiders. Oh, definitely actual spiders, so if you don't like spiders, good news, I'm going to be hitting them with fireballs on sight, so maybe you won't see too much of them. Well, they're a little goofy looking, so I don't think it'll be that upsetting for people. But phobias can be weird about that. So, apparently there's not that much to this bit here. Just like a mini biome. Well, I suppose sometimes when in doubt, Minecraft. Just start ripping through the walls. There's that whole thing over there, but I'm not really sure what the deal with that is, but I guess the only way to find out is to go over there. Goodies. Give. Enduring Mana Plunger transforms damage received into MP. Ooh. Yes, please. Unfortunately, we do only have 6 accessory slots, and they're all very full. But, you know, still useful. You know, I probably should get rid of the Spore Cloak recipe. But maybe I can sell it for a decent amount. Because for those who haven't seen this game, we do have a whole village of NPCs that we've been building up on the surface. So, I can get plenty of commerce done if I wish to get rid of things. I'm just stuck with it right now because I'm very far away from home. Yeah, I can't switch to the surface view, otherwise it'd explain better. But suffice it to say, see how far I've gone in here? Put this exit area on the surface and then go a bit further this way, give or take. And that's more or less about where home is relative to here. Not the best example or explanation, but it's about as good as I'm going to be able to do right now. Lightning Sharpening Stone increases ammo piercing. You can make these. So I remember making one of these in the demo. I'll go ahead and get rid of the bush walls and take the Sharpening Stone. It is a little weird that it's a sharpening stone to make your ammo better, but I guess you like sharpen the arrows in your inventory. You would think a sharpening stone would benefit melee as well, but what do I know? There's a lot of spider webs here. But I guess it's fine, they're not even slowing me or anything, so I guess I'll just walk through them. We're almost to where that question mark is. which I presume is gonna be another boss fight? Oh, somebody's stuck in a cocoon. Yep, gonna have to fight a spider for it. 2,000. Oh, that's a decent sized spider right there. I'm both fascinated and concerned by the way those legs are animated, I would like to say. Okay, big spider does contact damage as well. Ooh, big spider does big contact damage. So melee, not the one for this. Unless you're real careful. On the bright side, using this sword is better than using the other sword we had, because the poke range is a little bit further than the slicing was. But I see the idea here. It just tries to slow you down with webbing and then run into you, more or less, is its whole modus operandi here. That and, you know, slowing you down for its babies to chew on as well. Not too tough a fight, though, all things considered. You just gotta play keep away. If I didn't have double dashing, we probably would have died by now. Because I got into that whole fracas at the beginning of this battle, but it's over. There we go. And we get quite a bit of good-looking stuff here. Nectar of Speed permanently increases movement speed by 10%. Yes, please. Slow Spider Omni Tool. So it's got pickaxe damage and axe damage. Ooh. Okay. Go ahead and get rid of the Mushroom Tree Seed. Jungle Map. Okay. Can be used to unlock access to the jungle. Okay. And we have the Spider Spear. 39 melee damage average speed. I mean, the crit chance on this is really nice, but this does seem better. Just in terms of pure damage. I am gonna miss that crit rate. That slime's got a bunch of stuff sticking out of him. Oh yeah, we can have a look at the codex and see what all of the various critters are and everything. We'll probably do that before we end for the day. Hey, you're stuck in the wall. Here, let me fix that. Okay, the fact that there's so much stuff spawning here now that the spider's gone is a little stupid, though. Can't really stop to talk to the NPC. Who I apparently can't free? A little weird. Low tool tier. Maybe I need to use the spider thing to cut them out? Nope, is... Oh yeah, that's tool tier 3, even though it's the same damage. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Oh, you and a bird. Ow. Could you not? Ah, Pedo the Carpenter. Okay. By the splinters of my workbench, I thought I'd be spider stew forever. Thanks for saving me. Ironically, this carpenter still needs a house before it can work on your ship. Okay, so yeah, they'll fix our ship. We can buy biodramine, which looks like some kind of drug. Does question mark. Carpenter table, carpentry materials used to upgrade the ship, books, stacks of books, another book, music box, and a vase. So we need to make some housing to move you in at some point. I had not anticipated to be flying through quite this quick, like I was talking about before. I do worry that I'm gonna run myself out of content in one go here. But considering I presume that the ability to travel to other islands is already in. We should be fine. Because it'll then be a matter of just, like, traveling to other islands to see other things. And I suspect to a certain degree that when this gets played in multiplayer, the content will extend to a certain degree by virtue of the fact that you'll have to make more of everything to account for more people. Auto-consume MP potions when needed. That's neat. Not, like, exciting, especially, but neat. The blue button mushroom did unlock better mana potions, but we don't need them. We've not even really used mana potions till now, so I don't think I need to worry too much about that. So considering there's still a whole material we haven't even interacted with yet, considering, you know, gold and everything, I have to assume there's still a bit left to go, and there's a material after gold as well. Way to blow your buddy up. If I wanted to keep re-rolling S-stocks, I could, because they're just dropping them left and right. We already have a healing staff, though this is a hurricane healing staff. That's probably better. Just ditch the stone shovel. Just tank it and get out of there. If we stayed in that mess, it was only gonna get worse. I do want to know what this mineral silk is going to be good for, because I feel like this should be useful for something actually quite nice, like some fancy cloth armor or something. But I worry that I'm going to be doomed to disappointment. The only real way to find out is to go home. But I also want to continue exploring these caves. I think we got the main idea out of the cave already, unfortunately. Like, there's gonna be more chests and such scattered around down here. But I don't think we're gonna be getting anything too crazy. At least not in the immediate. I probably should go talk to the dude, but I think we can give him housing as well. Yeah, the miner is somebody that can be moved in, so we can complete his quest that way. He needs a wasteland table in particular, though. Carpenter needs a bookshelf, which is probably why he sells books. So I probably should have bought some of his books. Your shop didn't change at all, which makes me sad. Wait. Oh! Creates some kind of strange material for ingots. Okay. Is that what the material silk is for? Mineral silk, rather? Or is there another... God damn it. Or is there another, like, cave monster that they're referring to? Because we didn't, like I said, go through the whole cave, so there might be more going on down there that I don't know about. Because none of these have the silhouette of the mineral silk. Go ahead and sell some stuff. Because there's some of this I just kept on because I was going to sell it. Like, at this point, arguably I should sell the Lucky S stock, but it did do really well for us. We get a gold for the recipe, so that's good. Actually, thinking about it, there's not that much to sell. We can sell the iron pickaxe back, now that we have the spider omni tool. Speaking of, we don't need the axe anymore, either. Because this is the same power as both of them. We are going to need to reforge this to not be slow, though. Slow is horrific. So let's quickly do that while I'm thinking about it. Oh, great. You made it normal. Could you do anything else? That's not great either, but I'm not going to keep spending money on it right now. Because that's just gonna keep getting worse, I think. And you may have noticed that it kept costing more to reforge it because the item got better. Therefore, they upcharged it. Because of course they did. The accessories in here. So I think I am going to need to keep the wool scarf for now. Because we are going to be going back into the snow occasionally, I think. I need to keep the jungle map on me, I'm pretty sure. Put the mushroom anvil over here. Probably going to forget that it's there, but that's fine. Just spores. Yeah, the spore cloak, I think, is one of the... Ooh, chance to not use mana. Neat. Releases poison when attacking. Add poison to arrows. That's actually really good. The mushroom bow. Hey there, Pazzy. How's it going, bud? Poison on hit with the mushroom sword. So all those are pretty good. Nothing, like, remarkable, but useful. Ah, okay, so we can summon the mineral spider with enough mineral spider silk. Okay, so that's all that's gonna do. That's the cactus sword, so I guess we could have made that instead of finding it. Yeah, you know, we're all busy, so these things happen. Yeah, that's bone sword, which I could have made at any point, but why would I when I was using slingshots and boomerangs and things instead? I thought there was something I was gonna buy in here, and then it just left the brain immediately. I'm gonna grab another leather boot because we are gonna be combining that with a couple different things. In fact, I can make the boot with chains now to start working towards the every boot combined into one idea over here. Yeah. And this is the spore cloak. I assume it's probably gonna make, like, spore on dodge or something. There we go. We got the shoe with chains. Yeah, a lot of things to combine with the spore cloak. And there's so many other accessories we don't have any information on. I'm pretty sure this is a quiver. So I think I've seen a quiver before. Let's see. I need another chest. That's something I need. This storage is getting out of hand. There we go. Put all this in there for now. Not the map. We need that. Ranged potion can go in there. Basically just ditching, like, everything into here. Just so we're not constantly inventory flooded. Put the shoe with chains in there. Let's see. Oh yeah, I should get rid of the ice. The ice doesn't need to be in my inventory, even though we're probably going to end up digging through more of it. Just doesn't need to be on me. The mucus stays with me because the jelly pistol needs it. Let's put our fireball book over here so that when we're mining, we can just fireball anything that looks at us funny. There we go. That's much better. Map chart in there because I don't know what it's for. Still sad we have not found a key for the desert. Still don't know what the deal with that is, but it's fine. Yeah, but we don't have any milk either, so... kind of impedes that plan. Yeah, I think I have two choices. I go back into the caves or I go down into the swamp. The swamp we know we'll get gold from. And I presume that tier 3 tool is good enough for that area. That would just make sense. I don't need these hot drinks anymore. Yeah, I suppose you'd use ice for lemonade. Oh, there we go. We can buy a flipper. Now we can make the merman boots, which is one of the things I wanted the spare leather boot for, which actually, let me just buy another one of those. And this way we'll be able to move through water better. There we go, that's another one of the boots for this done. We just need this one and one other boot, which I don't see that silhouette here, so that must be one I have to find somewhere, and then combine that with all of these to make a super boot. Honestly, at this point, I don't need the sturdy rosary. I'd rather have the movement benefits. There we go. His 20 health, 20 mana is nothing when I'm over 200. And 1 defense when I have 26 is similarly nothing. So yeah, off we go. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna go back in the cave at the very least so we can get enough stuff to make some spore cloaks. Because leveraging that, I think, is going to be important. Because again, we only have 6 accessory slots. I need to start combining more of those accessories so that we actually can use more of them. Because if we can't use them, why would I have them? Oh yeah, that's way better swimming speed. Swimming used to be agonizingly slow. But now we're basically at walking speed, in the water. Yeah, I can just swim the whole way down and not have to deal with terrain. Which technically makes this faster. I think we are still slightly quicker on land, but again, no terrain. There we go, back into the cave. We're mostly just gonna be chopping trees and looking for mushroom men to beat up. Which is gonna be the opposite of exciting, and I acknowledge that, but this is part of the process. I'm not gonna worry about building housing for the rest of the NPCs, because we're probably not gonna go too awful much longer, because I don't wanna run this game into the ground before I bring people in for it. This is just your teaser taste of how everything works. I'm definitely gonna figure something out with that autosave timer before then. Because, ooh, that autosave is upsetting. Oh yeah, it's a great game. I knew that it was gonna be fun based on the joy I had with the demo. The key comes from convincing others to do it too. Like, this is something I would absolutely end up, like, losing days upon days to in my off time otherwise. So one way or the other, I'm getting what I want out of it. It becomes a question of how much else we can get out of it. That seems like that shouldn't be there. Probably nothing to worry about. Thankfully, this game spawns enemies often enough that all I have to do is sit here and keep chopping wood and they'll show up on their own. Yeah, it's already not very expensive, but it's still got its release sale going. So it's still only like $8 for anybody that's interested. And you know, obviously I recommend it, but that is up to people to make their own decisions on. Did I open this one already? I did. I should be cleaning these chests up behind me, but it's fine. So, fun fact for everybody, I have a bunch of people lined up to do a few different things in the next couple days, so... Well, not the next couple days, but next week, specifically. There's gonna be a lot of action happening. So, look forward to that. And if you enjoy it when I'm not the only one here. And it's predominantly new faces, too, which is going to be interesting. Managed to get good activity out of a request for people to play things, which is always nice. Let's see. Got 66 mushroom wood. I probably still need more of all of those things. I don't know how much more, but I probably need more. I do have to be somewhat careful because my armor is like 2 biomes out of date at this point. Because I just stopped worrying about making armor because I wasn't being threatened. Oh yeah, no, not at all. It's a, like, 300 megabyte game, I think? Something like that. It's whittle. Because, you know, it doesn't have, like, massive textures or anything to bloat the hell out of the download. The other remaining thing I keep debating with myself about this game and with is whether or not to do the higher difficulty, because it doesn't seem like it'll be that much harder and the drop rates are higher, so it may be worth it. I don't know. It's something to consider, and I'll probably test it in my off time just to make sure that it's not going to be egregious like HP soak enemies instead of the way they are now, which is not too bad. Is their health goes up, their damage goes up, they're more aggressive, which the increased aggressiveness could also be a problem. So they're a little too chill in some areas right now, because some of them just kind of stare at you and then die. So the aggressiveness wouldn't inherently be a bad thing. I don't know. It's all going to be a matter of testing. And obviously that would all be tested before I would actually fully commit to hosting this at a higher difficulty. Right now, the intent is to host it on the same difficulty I'm on, which is just the normal difficulty. But I anticipate I probably won't end up hosting this next week because of all the other things I'll be doing. Because I don't want to take over the entire week with collabs. But figure the week after, I'll probably start making the rounds, poking a bit harder about playing this. So considering the amount I got done by myself today, I am a little worried how much is actually going to be available. So that's another thing I'm going to be making sure of before full sending that. It is on world creation. Individual setting is a very rare thing. Like, something like that really only exists as a thing modders make for the most part, rather than game developers for the most part. I can't really think of too many things where individual player difficulty is a concept. Just because scaling all of that is kind of a nightmare. Like, scaling it and balancing it and making it actually work correctly. But the way most games work their multiplayer just wouldn't work. And obviously, individual player difficulty can work just on the basis of everybody makes their own difficulty with the choices they make. I have 30 spores. The spores, I think, are going to be the thing that's going to hold us back the most at the minute. You seem to be stuck here. There you go. Not stuck anymore. Yeah, and your character is separate from your world, so there is carryover people can do, which could be interesting, but also probably something to be careful with, because that could end up very easily making sections of the game completely irrelevant. Kind of like how Terraria could be completely destroyed by somebody bringing a character who's done a lot into a new world. So it'll more than likely be, when I host this, it'll be a case of everybody's making fresh characters and starting from scratch, just because that'll probably be the most interesting way of doing it. But that does mean you can start a character on normal and then go up to a higher difficulty once you have, like, basic stuff sorted out. Like, even now, I'm pretty sure I could switch to a higher difficulty world? I think it was world creation, not character creation, that the difficulty setting was on. So that is a method to use as well. Why did I do that? Let's just do this. So let's see. I want to sell off a couple things. Specifically, I don't need the fungal ring recipe because I already had one. I think that was the only thing I wanted to sell. Oh, get rid of the iron fence too, because I'm not going to use it. Can't melt it down. Which, that's disappointing. I do wish more games would let you break down things and melt them and destroy them if they're useless. Would make life much more convenient. Where do I make the cape again? I think it was... Actually, I don't know. Oh, wait, yeah. The spore cape was on the mushroom over here. Right. Okay, yeah, I have enough. I can make 2 of them, which is what I wanted, because it was in more than one recipe. Iron Maiden and shoe with... I think that said shoe with mushrooms. Yeah, the Iron Maiden combines with the rose, returns damage and releases spores on hit, and the shoe with mushroom I need another frog leg for. So I'm gonna need to buy that frog leg. Because I think I used up the only one I had. Yeah, I did. Because all the accessories and such would have been in that box. I don't remember if this merchant has them all the time or not. I think they do. Yes, they do. It's expensive, but it's worth it. And I think I sold both my roses, didn't I? Yeah, I did. So we'll have to find more of those by grabbing grassland chests at some point if I want an Iron Maiden. Which I think it combines with something else. I don't see anything that obviously combines with it, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. It means I don't see it. Also, apparently the other thing that I thought... Oh, actually, no. These 2 combine with the Spore Cloak. I thought there was a third one. I guess not. So that's fine. Okay, and I was right that it does add spores to the dash, though. That might actually be better than the slight crit chance increase from the Lucky Frog leg. Yeah, because it'll be a slight bit of free damage whenever we're dodging away from an attack. So I don't know what our crit chance looks like at this point. So I don't think it's calculated on screen anywhere. Because there's not like a character screen specifically. We have missed a lot of... Well, not missed, because apparently Slime King is number 11. So they're not in any specific order. But there's a lot more bosses to be had that I haven't dealt with. So I feel like... It feels like I've done a lot, but it looks like, based on these, that I have barely scratched the surface. So that's good. I was a little worried, like I was talking about before. Oh yeah, and we can turn in multiple quests to this idiot over here. See where the main guidance of the game is supposed to be taking us. Okay, apparently there's still somebody else down in the cave that we're missing. The carpenter was not the one. Oh, okay, they do have the same guide function, so I can put this here. There's a gas mask that we could also make with the spores. Okay. Mushrooms make gas mask, bouncing arrows. Okay, so they're more useful than I thought. They have the same Terraria guide function. So I can find out how useful things are. Make a whole Santa suit. Doesn't look like the Santa suit has a set bonus, unlike the other armor, so that's unfortunate. I guess that's just an aesthetic one. Okay, wolf teeth are useless because all they make is crit potions. Oh yeah, you can throw ice, by the way, which is fun. Freezing dagger. So it's got the parrying effect of the parrying dagger, but it also freezes enemies when it succeeds in parrying, so that's neat. I love it when we've got weird stuff like that. There's jack-o'-lanterns we can make. Yeah, this doesn't do anything other than get used in the jelly pistol. I mean, I guess we could be cheeky and just put this in here. Okay, so I need that feather to make the feather coat, which then replaces the warm scarf. Okay. This makes Trinity, which makes all damage higher. I knew one of them was the magic sword. I don't know what that third thing is because we haven't seen it. Does this combine with anything? No. Sad. You cannot combine the mustache. Mustache is just the mustache. And that makes Technomyotics boots. Ooh. So, improves dashes to have immunity and adds spores, increased movement speed and reduces water and ice penalty, grant a dash. Those boots are gonna be ridiculous. That only makes the super boots as well. Okay, the green and purple mushrooms do the same thing. This... Okay, if you don't have the recipe, it won't tell you things you don't understand. Good, good. So it's only telling me things that are unlocked by the items that I have available. Good, so it can't spoil things. That's nice. I like that. That's kind of what I was trying to figure out by throwing all that stuff around in there, is trying to figure out if I could break it or anything. You know, as I do. So I guess our next step should be to build housing potentially for the people we could bring up. Is we could bring the witch up, the miner up, and the carpenter up. And I'll have them be here. And we only have like half the crew too, though this guy must be the other one that's missing, I guess, because of order of operation there. Looks kind of like a farmer though, which would be kind of weird. I'm just assuming that based on the, like, almost looks like a hay stalk sticking out of his mouth there. And it's the right kind of hat. Just a simple farmer. Based on that quest, though, technically we would have to still go back into the mine. Or we can get the ship fixed. Those are our two choices. The thing is, that's going to involve a lot of looking around the cave, unless they're just talking about the witch. The witch might be the one that they mean. Because we found the witch down in the cave. So yeah, let's go ahead and just build the housing. See if that's what it's babbling about. Okay, yeah, I can use from storage. Perfect. Make more walls. Pretty sure I have a bunch of them. Yeah. This way, I'm damn sure I have enough. So now I think I might struggle to make doors. Yeah. Well, I can make some fur doors, fine. Ordinarily, I measure out with the floor first, but it's fine. It's almost like I've done enough of these at this point that I can just manifest them. Use that plant there as a marker point as well. There you go. Some more prefab housing to jam and more workers into. Oh, I did have a door right there, huh? It's fine. They're not gonna get any floors, and they're just gonna have to suck it up and live with it. Because at this point, my attachment has decreased to that concept. Not that I had heavy attachment to the building aspect of this, especially at the moment. Either way. A traveling merchant has reappeared. What do you got this time? Cutlass, flippers, ghost arrows, bone bow, teleport. If I had all the money in the world, I would buy the parrying dagger so we could see the freeze dagger. Does that be fun? Yeah, the cutlass is actually, like, stupid good. 46x melee damage, though it is very slow. But, you know, whatever you hit stays hit, which is pretty nice. I do wonder if other things use the portable candle. And if I should buy another one. That's not really a priority either. So let's see. I need to move the cauldron into one of them for the witch. I still have my torches, so we can put a light source in. Because they all need specific things in their houses, otherwise they don't move in. Okay, so it needs to have a floor as well. Okay. Because you'll notice it wasn't counting as me being in a house, even though I was standing in there. Okay, so that's going to complicate things slightly. But thankfully, that's why I took some time to cut some trees. Because I suspected that I was going to be upset by that. We've proven that that's enough. So, ta-da! We have a witch in the community now. Hooray. Do not hunt the witch. She is on our side. Go ahead and put that, and now I just need to make a bookshelf. And then the carpenter will be available. Now I can just buy all of these potion recipes at my leisure, and she supplies me with empty bottles, so my need for sand has basically gone out the window. I don't need sand anymore. Sand is irrelevant. Which is convenient, all things considered. And this does mean that you don't end up doing the crazy building hall of crafting stuff. Unless you build extras of things, because your crafting benches and such end up scattered around for the NPCs. Used to use for their housing. So what do I need for a bookcase? Is it even a concern? No, I just need more wood. Okay, that's fine. Goodbye, forest. We didn't need you anyway. Air? We don't need that. What do you mean we need air to breathe? Nah. Nah, it'll be fine. Big business told me so. I didn't have to kill that slime, but he also kind of caused his own death there. It is interesting that it's a bookshelf and not a sawmill that the carpenter wants. This is a well-read carpenter. Oh yeah, we need a house for the miner too, though not particularly. There we go, the carpenter. Oh, the carpenter was the member of the crew. Okay. I hate flying. Oh. Oh wow, he's making fast work apparently. He's just fixing the ship immediately. You know what? You were worth saving, as it turns out. If you can work like that, you know what? I'm happy I spent the time to go get you. Because that's just impressive. Probably want this carpenter table. I don't know what I want it for, but I probably want it. Just chuck it over here for now. What does it do? You know what? I did not in fact want it. All it makes is signs, and I'm now tempted to set it on fire. Let's see what the next step from the guide is. I went the worst way around to do this, but it's fine. Oh, there's no more guide quests. The guide is done. So what I presume is how this works then is basically the point up till now is probably considered tutorial, not like actual tutorial, but it's treated essentially the same as a tutorial. And then the real game starts now, when you start traveling to other islands and doing all of that. I'm betting it's probably a case like that. Just because of how much material there is still missing. And based on the existence of the mushroom anvil, there may even be a whole other anvil that we can get as well. Ooh, 31 melee damage, actually. That's actually kind of worth it for a very fast weapon. We need to make a gold ring.
Flawless victory.
I mean, mostly flawless, yeah. How do I make a gold ring, actually? Just realized we can't make that. We gained the recipe for it when we... Yeah, we gained the recipe for the gold ring when we got it from got gold from the swamp, but we didn't actually gain the ability to make it. So there must be a table I'm missing. Fair enough. Don't need to kill any more slime kings. Kind of over that. No, that's the wrong box. Put the mushroom bombs over here because I'm not going to use them. Then put the hot drinks in there too. That. There we go. Okay, so we're at about 4 hours. I'm gonna go wander around in the swamp a bit, and then we'll probably wrap up before too awful long after that. Again, so we don't see too much of the game, but we do see a lot. There's a big part of me that's like, no, I want to keep playing, but it's like, no, save it for when you can play it with people. Still very cross that I can't enter the temple here. I want to see what's in the spooky pyramid. But after I was talking up how scary the swamp is, I feel like y'all need to see this place in its whole question mark glory? Swamp wood also gets us all the gold tools. Oh wait, I saw like a blacksmith table or something pop out of the wood from here, so that must be what I need for the gold ring and such, probably. I will say, with things like the fireball book and such, it's not going to be anywhere near as bad as it was in the demo for me. You know, aside from getting sniped by killer plants. What is this? Strange altar. Oh. There are 5 empty slots with like an eyeball shape, so I guess I need the eyes off of a bunch of stuff and then I put them in there and then magic happens, question mark?
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
We shall see. Well, whatever that was is dead. Okay, that's just tree. I wasn't sure if that was a different kind of tree or something, since it looked different. But I think that was just like an earlier growth stage of tree. What the? Fishman. Are you friendly, Fishman? You are not friendly. Fishman is not friendly. Well, yeah, I even mentioned that when the book came up. that I think you weren't actually here anymore at that exact moment. Because I had been looking for so long for something to use my magic for, and then I happened to find a fireball book. It's like, well, there we go. Everything's solved. The spear is still more effective against a lot of things, but in here, range is king, so I'm absolutely going to be doing that. That's fair. Another thumper, which I still don't know how to use those. I know I used them once upon a time in the demo because they existed then, I'm pretty sure. But I don't remember what I did to use them. Because that is essentially what it is. It is more or less top-down Terraria. Aha, an Eye of Newt. We need 5 of those. Let's see. Cat o' Nine Tails, Talisman, Healing Staff. Things I already have. Okay. So I guess I just hunt down the mermen until I have enough Eyes of Newt. And then I can activate the Strange Altar and figure out what that does. Yeah, as you can see by the amount of damage we've taken here, this is why I was being very clear that we were in danger here. Oh yeah, no, it all very much lines up with that. Like, I was initially pointing it out because of the way it progresses, including having boss summon items and things like that, but no, the music is 110% more or less exactly that. Like, the combat I can't really say is the same because of the fact that it's a completely different perspective. And combat like this has been in top-down games for basically as long as that type of game has existed. But the music is definitely the very big giveaway one. You can definitely tell they are or were fans of that game. Do the thing. You know, if I wasn't looking for a fight, I would have some regrets about this. But I'm down for a fight. Especially since he doesn't seem to be that tough. I'm just too strong. I'm just too good. There he goes. Ta-da! Guarded arrow haunches, hammer frog, frog princess crown. Ooh, increased maximum HP and MP by 50. Not bad. Makes ammo bounce on the ground. So I guess it would go further. And the hammer frog. Throw 3 bubbles that hurt enemies. Neat. So that wasn't so bad. No, I've killed multiple bosses before this. That shouldn't be the first one. Oh yeah. There's a whole bunch of them with homes that I built over back that way. But yeah, there's a literal king slime that we were killing at first. Yeah, and then there was a giant spider we killed, and that frog was technically the 3rd boss we've killed, which is why I was surprised that he was that weak. He was not really much of a threat at all. The monsters in this area are tougher than he was, or at least more dangerous. But I think it was mostly just his pattern really was fairly simple. I'm betting if any of those bubbles hit, it probably would have hurt a lot. He just, you know, couldn't hit me. Because by this point we have 2 dashes and decent move speed. So this is making more sense now. These regular frogs drop the Eyes of Newt, guaranteed. so that's probably where you were supposed to get the Eyes of Newt for summoning the Frog Prince, which then makes it make more sense that he's a big frog. Because we got them all from those weird fishmen, and I'm like, but why is it a frog and not a fishman? And that I'm fighting now. I mean, I guess the fishmen could be worshipping the giant frog, that's a thing. Because boats in video games almost always shipwreck. And this game started with a shipwreck, so, you know, continue to blame the boats. It is always the boat's fault. If the boat never entered the water, the boat wouldn't sink. Look, some things are just fated not to work out, and that's one of them. Yep, this sure is a lot of swamp. And there's just a random cauldron if I needed one of those. It works out better that way, yeah. Scoop up some more coin. There's the desert some more. Really doesn't seem to be too many points of interest in this swamp other than that altar so far. There's gotta be something. There's another mana flower, but we're already full on mana, so I don't even care to grab that at this point. These roots are kind of annoying. Just kind of blasting everything in my path. I feel like all of those crashes and wrecks and such are going to be more dangerous than an enemy stand anyway. Besides, what's stopping somebody from just showing up when you're in a car or on a plane or anything like that anyway? Sure, it might be a private plane, but poof, plot reasons, they're there anyway. You're not safe anywhere. Nowhere is safe. Ah, hidden chest amongst the trees. Is there anything cool in the chest? There's a useless fireball spell. Hooray. Oh, the excitement of the useless fireball spell. Why have a useless fireball spell when I can use my legendary fireball spell that I found? I hope they add more to this swamp, because, swamp doesn't seem to really have a lot happening in here. It's just kind of miserable. Like, it's necessary for gold and swamp wood and things, but definitely don't think I'm gonna be spending any unnecessary time here in the swamp. So at least it doesn't have, like, a danger effect to it like the desert did or the snow biome did. Like, there's no freezing, there's no sandstorms, there's no, like, poison aura or anything here. There's always plenty of ways to waste time. This place, though, this place ain't one of them. The amount of Eyes of Newt I'm getting, though, I wonder if there's another frog shrine somewhere that I can activate. Just beat up the frog again and see what else he drops. Yep, there's snow nearby here. Which, the snow is in a similar position of ice. Don't think there's any reason for me to go back there, now that we've done what we did in the caves. Though I suppose we do have to go back into the snow biome in order to get to the cave entrance. if we ever want to go back in the cave, which at some point I probably should. Because it probably has more stuff in it, like I said, because of how much ground there was that I didn't cover in there still. But that's neither here nor there. It's not relevant right now. So there's gonna be a whole different spawn the next time I need to worry about that. I don't know if reeds are even useful, but since I've not used them for anything yet, I'm gonna grab a bunch of them, because more than likely, if they're used for anything, there's gonna need to be a lot of them. But at least that's something I can just grab from the edges of the swamp at need. I don't need to actually go into the swamp for it. We are running out of island, though, which implies that the swamp is the last biome before they expect you to be leaving. Is looking at the map of the island here, we've basically covered the entire island. There's chunks of the island missing, but the vast majority of it's been covered. It is a little weird that I've been able to clear this much of the content with just the second armor you can make in the game. And we've only died once. Yeah, that I think is the chest I opened already, but let's double check. Don't set the chest on fire, open it. Back through root hell, just to see if there's anything on the other side. What do you mean you can do both? I may have forgotten what I was talking about already. Oh, there we go. There's the waypoint, so that's what was missing in this spot. Yeah, so if I care enough, I can come back then. Oop. Oh yeah, absolutely. It would just be a waste of a perfectly good chest to set it on fire, though. It's not like it belongs to somebody I don't like or anything. It's just there. Yeah, now we have access to gold stuff, which I have no real need for at this point. Is the spider tool, I presume, is the same tier. Yeah, goldsmith table. That's the thing I saw. Which that presumably is where rings and such live. That's what usually is labeled that way. Yep. Ring, earrings, necklace, and then there's a bunch of fancy stuff associated with that. Make a ring, because we can make the fungal ring now. Very good, very good. Make a necklace, an earring, and another ring. Use them as just blanks for whatever they end up getting combined with. Ah, okay, so whatever this is combines with the arrow haunches. Okay. Learning a lot, learning a lot. So this needs 4 different earrings we make. This needs a bunch of gems to combine with the earring. Same with that, same with that. And then you just get like 4 flavors of each one. Okay, so there must be somewhere I can get gems, and I presume that's either in the cave somewhere that I didn't find, or that's in the temple, or it's on different islands. Those are the options for that. Which I could peek by using the guide, but let's not do that. That'd be silly. They do at least help on their own, like there's small buffs to each of the types. Necklace does magic, the ring does melee, and the earrings do range. I'm gonna forego the luck and take the massive... Oh no, it's a head item. I mean, sure, 1 armor for more health and mana. Since I've not made better armor yet, sure. Behold, I am now the king. I have defeated all of my enemies in order to become the king. I will see what these reeds are good for, since they seem to be good for nothing. They make one thing that I don't understand yet, because I'm missing something. Okay. Garrick makes a bunch of potions. See. Well, I do and I don't see, but that's neither here nor there. Honestly, the copper armor goes with the crown very well. So we've basically cleared the vast majority of the swamp. I guess before we go, we will go make one trip out on the boat. Because the swamp did not take nearly as long as I expected it to. Oh, you can also improve the boat by putting a storage room on it and things like that. Okay, so that's neat. But to the boat. We are unfortunately going to have to walk back because we don't have any waypoints or anything close to it. Okay, so that's how the frog hammer works. It just shoots bubbles. I mean, that is basically what it said it was going to do. This seems safe, just running full tilt with a torch levitated above my head. This seems fine. We don't even need the torch for the light, it's just funny to run like this with my arms up holding a torch. Oh yeah, we can swim at full speed, so I can just get back the quick way. Oh yeah, can I pick up the anchor now? I can. Ah, the anchor gives iron ingots and a weapon. The anchor is a weapon. Yes. Oh, it's a hook weapon. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at this. Look at this thing. It's also surprisingly fast. Oh, this is beautiful. I'm gonna need to remember this in future for runs of this. Power of combat anchor. Oh. So Mushroom Island, difficulty 1, Swamp Island. Okay, so there's just islands of the different biomes. And we've got Ghostlands, Coraline Fields. We have the map for the jungle, so let's go to the jungle. Difficulty 3 sounds great. I'm sure nothing bad's gonna happen. Oh, the re-rolling, I presume, re-rolls what options you have here. And you need map charts in order to be able to move on the map. Okay, that makes sense. Set a course. So this map is going to be smaller than the one we were on. It is almost the same size as the main island, so there's going to be a lot going on here. Or presumably. I wonder what happens if I try to teleport home. We'll figure that out once we have some of the stuff. Hardwood gets us a bunch of stuff. Makes sense. There's a toucan. And they're just chill. The gorilla, I presume, is not chill. Yep, the gorilla... Yep, nope, the gorilla's not chill. He throws bananas at you. Monkey hair. You can make a horse head out of that. Amazing. Okay, there's just random temple walls scattered around. They don't seem to be leading to anything. Wait, hang on, there's floor now too. Maybe if I keep going this way, we'll find a temple. It is getting progressively more temple here. Might even be the Shrine of the Silver Monkey. Probably not. We're in completely the wrong area for that. Oh god. I don't know. I think that was like a frog or something that just did a scatter shot and ruined my day. Oh no, it's a plant. Okay. Oh, sharp leaves are throwable. Interesting. All I know is that was like half my health in one hit, so that was concerning. Should be using the grappling hook more because I just completely forgot that I have it. This is not, like, visibly on screen anywhere. Oh, my tool tier's too low to break the temple wall. Hate that. Hate that I see that grabber plant over there. Got a lot of health too, huh? It's a good thing it's got a finite reach. So then again, grabber plants like this also remind me of Terraria Jungle because they were all over the goddamn place in there. At least there's no, like, super jumping turtles around here yet. Are these plants relevant? No, they just give leaves. Okay, how about this thing? Just leaves. Okay. Monkey. Bubbles. Face the power of bubbles. That's actually surprisingly effective when more than one of them hits. One of them hits, it's sad. All three of them hits, it's destruction. It's a very interesting split there. It's kind of like a shotgun, I guess, at that point. One pellet from a shotgun's not impressive. The whole blast, that's just upsetting for whatever gets hit. Beaches. I'm not gonna dig through the area completely, I'm just kind of running around a little bit to get a feel for how the difficulty changes once you leave the island. And so far, things hurt more here, but they're not, like, crazy dangerous. Like, it's definitely a step up from the swamp, but not that big a step. Okay, we can make a vest out of the snake scales. What? Is that just a green crystal, I guess? Maybe that's the crystal you use to make one of the ring items. I don't know. All I know is I can't break it, which makes me sad. There's all of this, like, temple-looking structure scattered around, but there's no, like, actual temple anywhere so far. I guess it's just part of the tile set, question mark? I don't know, I keep finding patches where there's, like, a lot more of it. Wait, hang on. I might have found, like, a city or something, because this seems like it's actively encircled by this wall. So is there an opening in the wall, or am I gonna have to get better tools so I can break the wall down? Look at this. It's blocked off with a moat, a wall, and then another moat. But it does look like it's completely encircled and there isn't a door. At least not a door so far, which is kind of upsetting. Nope, there's no door. You have to be able to break this open in order to get in there and find out what the deal with this is. It's a big place, though, whatever it is. Well, that's gonna be a future me problem when I play this in the future, because I'm not gonna figure that out right now, most likely, because of the simple fact that, we haven't found anything else we can work with around here. Oh, wait. These are breakable. Aha! We can make serpentite. Okay. Serpentite? I'm not entirely sure how that was supposed to read. But serpentite, I presume, will be able to break the walls down, and that will be what breaks the crystals open as well, almost likely. That jar just had cactus in it. Spider. Same kind of spider? No, that's definitely a different kind of spider. Some kind of weird eyeball spider. Ow. Painful weird spider. I mean, yeah, they're never friendly, but sometimes they're just non-hostile. That one, definitely hostile. Though, to be fair, I did walk up trying to set him on fire before even making proper contact. So, you know, maybe that's on me. But it's also a spider, so I think setting it on fire on sight is reasonable. Is that just like a fish man from the swamp? He kind of is, except he threw bubbles, which I wasn't ready for. Oh. So there's just a cartographer in the... I was inside the ship ruins for reasons that we won't know until the early access is finished. So I can buy information about the island. I can also buy map charts to be able to move around. Ooh. Okay, so there's a way to warp back to the ship itself, too. We'll grab the life ring, then, definitely. Grab some map charts so we can move around. That's actually really convenient that you just have a guy here so you can get out of a position if you're stuck somewhere. There's another swamp island over there. So what happens? Okay, yeah, it can only be used on the main island. Let's try re-rolling, and then I'm gonna go through the bestiary, I think, and then that'll be it for today. I think that's reasonable. Okay, yeah, it just re-rolls everything, so it got rid of the island we had been to. Which is interesting. So don't re-roll until you're done with an island. Pumpkin Island? Oh, hang on. I need to at least look at that. I need to know. I need to know what Pumpkin Island means. Okay, yeah, exactly what you'd expect. It's a spooky pumpkin island. It's not very big, but it's got an underground. Okay, this is cool. I'm not gonna ruin this for myself or others. I don't know what I expected either. It wasn't exactly this, but this is more or less correct. Yeah, you know what? Why not? You can figure out how to grow things underground. So let's see. Enemies we've seen: angry cactus, blue butterfly, corsair skeleton, crab, Crotalus, which is the snakes, cyan butterflies, fluffy snow, golems, green butterflies, green slimes, ice slimes, leeches, leprechauns, light muncher. Okay, so that's what the freaky thing in the snow was that started chewing on me. Man-eaters, mongos, monkey banana, mosquito, mummy, orc lancer, orc archer, other orc archer, basically mask or no mask. Apparently they'll have different drop tables, I guess. Bonutria, fungus, pink slime, pirate skeleton, other pirate skeleton, purple butterfly, purple toad, rabbit, red butterfly, red slime, scorpion, the shooting flower, which is the one in the swamp, regular old skeleton, mini spider, swamp things of varying flavors. There's 3 different flavors of those. Toucan, venomous plants, which is the thing that nearly killed me. Okay, so that is a weapon slime. It probably drops a weapon of some description, I presume. Winter wolf, yellow butterfly, yellow slime, and the yeti. And then the bosses we've seen is the frog prince, who we just destroyed. Mineral spider, who took a bit to kill, but wasn't too bad. The slime king, who we absolutely bullied and just looted him repeatedly. Fishing, we didn't even do. Cooking, we also didn't do. And then apparently the game's still convinced I didn't build the carpenter house, even though we've left, so that's probably just an early access thing. Bestiary did not take as long to get through as I thought. Yeah, pumpkins just make pumpkin lantern, pumpkin walls. What the wood here? Does the wood do anything cool? Twisted wood makes scarecrows and twisted things. Okay. That's fine. 4.5 hours is pretty good, and this gives everybody that would be interested a solid view of how this game is and how it's going to proceed, as well as giving me a solid idea of how it's going to proceed so I know whether or not to encourage people to play it, which at this point, I'm currently still in the camp of encouraging people to play this. So I will more than likely try to set up a whole thing where me and a handful of people are going to go through this. Really depends on how many people I can convince to go for it, but we'll see how that plays out. Tomorrow is more than likely going to be Monster Train because as I'd mentioned before, I unlocked some new stuff for that off camera, so I absolutely want to show off some more stuff there. Saturday I'm a little up in the air about. I know I said it was either going to be a Lurkit thing or Monster Train on either Friday or Saturday. Now I'm thinking I'm gonna just do whatever on Saturday. It's just gonna be a matter of I'll figure it out on the fly. Because I got plenty of things to do still. So it'll work out one way or the other. And then when we loop back to Monday, it'll be back to Okage Shadow King. And then Tuesday, I am not 100% sure. Basically, the rest of next week is up in the air at the moment because I need to talk to people and find out when people are available to do what, where, when, etc. Figure out when I want to do all of those collabs I mentioned I'm going to be doing next week. Thursday is almost guaranteed to be one of them because I'm probably going to do something with the regularly scheduled time frame. That may very well end up being the headliners session that I want to do, that I've been pushing to make happen. That seems like a good idea. Let's see, is there anything else I need to add to this thought process? Not particularly. I should have continued that thought process further to buy myself time to pick somebody to raid, but it's fine. We will still figure that out just fine. I do want to say that we did have a sudden jump in the follower count, which is quite nice to see. Part of that was, of course, my own doing because I had made a request to get to the 666th one, and people kind of took that and ran with it way further than I expected. It by getting us up to 668, and then today we're now at 669, which is another fun number. Not as fun, but still a fun number. Keeps the dream of 700 alive, at least, which is always good. It really is hard to ramble sometimes with nothing to ramble about, huh? I'm still looking at this list and I'm going like, you gotta keep the thread of thought going, bud. You gotta keep talking about things. But I got nothing to talk about. Nothing's been happening. Oh, actually, if nobody saw it, I did post on Blue Sky a potential thumbnail for Okage. I did make that, so that's a thing. You can easily find that through the link tree that has been posted repeatedly today, so if you need it, just scroll and grab it. And of course, the Ko-fi is there if people want me to do work for them. Which I am very actively seeking work, so, you know, if you need pixels put in place to do a thing, you know, it's there. The option exists for you. I have too many options. I have too many goddamn options. You know what, though? Speaking of collabs, Char's gonna be running some repo from what I remember her saying. Basically, she's taking on the place I ordinarily would have been because of the fact that I skipped this week. Like, obviously, she did it for her own reasons, but it ends up filling in that gap either way. She's obviously not doing that right now. She's playing Claire Obscure, so if you don't want spoilers for that, you may want to be mindful on that one. I originally was skipping out on people playing this game because I didn't want to have spoilers, but I've not really been pushing that game forward, so by the time I get around to it, I probably will have forgotten anything I see. So it's not really going to be a big issue for me. And I may or may not end up joining the repo that Char will be running. I did not give her a guarantee, but we'll see how that plays out. Because they'll be playing the beta instead of anything modded. So that'll be interesting. I just was not sure I wanted to do more repo after doing it twice last week. Is basically the whole thing there. Yeah, I don't have anything else to add at this point. Be good to Char, you know she's good. You've seen her in here a lot. So, thank you all for your time. Take care, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Fuck's sake.